of simply investigating and reinvestigating one death versus another. These are terrible tragedies. The fans have been left with unanswered questions. Cases so cold that it's likely impossible to get the truth. Uh, uh, only, only in the circumstances of Indigenous people will this ever be accepted in this country. It's extremely discouraging and demoralizing, and how this police services is permitted to stand with until one more day over Monday.
And much more on this story, including the entire interview with Julian Faulkner, over on our website, aptnnews.ca. Well, it's been 37 years since enfranchisement was removed from the Indian Act, but thousands of people continue to suffer from its fallout as they fight for First Nation status. The federal government now says it plans to introduce legislation to end this fight. APTN's Fraser Needham has more.
For decades, Nadia Salmanu has been fighting for First Nation status.
My grandmother and my mom applied on my brother and I's behalf and my cousin Royce multiple times since my childhood, and multiple times we've been turned down by the government of Canada.
This is because their great-grandfather chose to give up his status so that his children could avoid going to residential school.
Wow.
He was one of many who chose enfranchisement to gain rights First Nations people lacked at the time, such as voting in Canadian elections or owning land. The government did away with enfranchisement under the Indian Act in 1985, but the discriminatory policy continues to affect thousands of Canadians, such as Catherine Fournier. She has status, but her 3 children do not because her grandfather wanted to vote.
They mostly lived in on reserve or sort of in unincorporated.
As soon as you fucking leave the reserve, you lose your status.
But then when they moved to Kenora, it was a place, I guess, where he could vote if he wasn't an Indian. So he enfranchised.
Salmanu and Fournier are part of the Charter of Rights challenge against the federal government filed in the BC Supreme Court last summer. Ryan Beaton is their lawyer.
So today, there are individuals, children and grandchildren, great-grandchildren of those individuals who are still denied status because of a family history of enfranchisement. And we've said that's discriminatory.
Last week, the federal government announced it had reached an agreement with the plaintiffs to put litigation on hold. Indigenous Services Minister Patty Hajdu says the government plans to introduce legislation by the summer.
I would say that my sense is the majority of that was an effort by the federal government to, to colonize and to decrease the numbers of indigenous people, if you will, that had rights according to treaty. And so this government has been very, I think, intentional through our work to make sure that we make reparations to groups that lost their status.
Salmanu says it has been a long and painful process in trying to gain status. Says she is more determined than ever to see it through.
Personally, I want to see justice here for every single person, every single Indigenous person who gave up their indigeneity in a forced way.
Fraser Needham, AP10 National News, Ottawa.
Well, people I know actually had to fight for their new status card. New status card. Restrictions. We're supposed to be calling it.
The Federation of Sovereign Indigenous Nations in Saskatchewan expects its new health ombudsperson will be extremely busy. The Federation signed a landmark agreement with the federal government to address systemic racism in healthcare, something that the FSIN chief has been saying is needed. We'd like to warn you that this story contains graphic images. APTN's Leanne Sanders has more.
What this lady went through is torture.
The FSIN says 2 years ago, a James Smith First Nations woman suffered severe burns after being injected with potassium when she went to a Prince Albert hospital for a broken ankle. At the time, the FSIN described what Jeanette Sanderson went through on June 20th, 2020 as torture. Chief Bobby Cameron says it's just this type of case the new health ombudsperson will look at.
Time and time again, almost on a daily basis, we had our people calling us saying that they were, mistreated or they were subjected to some type of racism. And no one should be treated like that when going into a hospital. But our First Nation people are.
According to
They're
Sanders'
dying.
daughter, Janelle Kinch, her mom still suffers
And no one's
and has
being.
limited
Oh
use
my
of her
God.
own hand.
Oh my God.
Her arm and turn her elbow.
That's
it
fucking
burns
awful.
every day. She has to put a cream on her, some kind of hospital cream that they prescribe her to settle the pain.
Oh,
So she's in pain every
fuck.
single day.
Kinch says the family has until to pursue a legal case for damages and is working to find a lawyer after their legal counsel retired. In reports from 2020, the Saskatchewan Health Authority said it was investigating the incident. We asked the health authority what has been done about your case, but in a brief emailed statement this week, they said they can't comment due to patient privacy concerns. The federal government committed $1.17 million to the First Nations Health Ombudsman and has hoped the office can be running within the year. Chief Cameron says they should expect to be busy.
And this was our way of putting the healthcare system here on notice. It will not be tolerated anymore. We're going to start building
fucking
human
bad,
rights
like-
cases. We're going to start taking legal action.
Leanne Sanders, APTN National News, Saskatoon.
To Southern Alberta, where Six Sigma Leadership says many of its members have been coming forward with complaints of discrimination while receiving health care there. As Tamara Pimentel reports, the nation is now working with a law firm to bring those complaints to light.
Sixiga Chief and Council announced it will be collecting stories from people who have experienced racism within the Alberta healthcare system.
A steady flow of complaints have been made to Chief and Council in this area, and leadership is working with a team of lawyers on this matter.
Chief O'Ray Crowfoot says the number of complaints have been rising with the pandemic and wants to ensure a safe space for Sixiga members or any Indigenous person in the area to come forward.
We are constantly being reminded of cases and heartbreaking stories.
Stories like Joyce Echequan, who live streamed mistreatment she was receiving from Montreal healthcare workers moments before she died in 2020.
Her story is not an isolated incident. Far too long we've been subject to racist and discriminatory behavior while receiving health care. For too long we've been insulted when we were at our most vulnerable.
In January, a study from the University of Alberta revealed emergency rooms across the province are treating First Nations patients less urgently than non-Indigenous. Councillor Samuel Crowfoot says many members here choose to avoid local healthcare facilities because of racist treatment.
Issue or any type of racist or derogatory event is extremely hard to follow and is governed not in the most efficient way. Thereby, it reduces the amount of complaints that come in.
CEO of Sixiga Health Services, Tyler White, says ultimately the stories will be brought to all levels of government.
I'm disappointed that we've had to take these type of measures in order to get the attention of our government. Both federal and provincial. These aren't just stories, these are real experiences.
The complaints will be collected over an unknown period of time, depending on how quickly members come forward. Once ready, the nation will work with JFK Law Corporation to decide the next steps. Tamara Pimentel, APTN National News, Sixiga.
We want to hear what you think about racism in the healthcare system. Here's how you can let us know. You can send your emails to news@aptn.ca. You can leave a comment on aptnnews.ca. You can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. You can follow APTN News, join the conversation, and see all of our latest stories. Well, and some breaking news out of Ottawa now. CTV News is reporting that Tamara Leach, one of the organizers of the so-called Freedom Convoy that occupied Ottawa for 3 weeks last month, has been granted bail. A judge found a previous justice erred when Lynch was denied bail on February 22nd. There are conditions like a $20,000 surety, which means whoever signed it has to pay that much if Lynch violates the terms of it. Lynch also had to put up a $5,000 bond that she would pay out of her own pocket if she violates any of the conditions. We need to take a break, but still ahead, ice road troubles in the north are a sign of climate change, some say. Well, explain when we come back.
We just have never seen anything like this before. So the trucks came up to this. They saw that, and there was no way they were going to challenge it.
Welcome back. The third round of Russia-Ukraine talks is now finished, and there's still no breakthrough. Multiple attempts at a ceasefire that holds have failed. Ukraine is saying that there were some small positive developments today. The concern is that Russia is using the talks to stall for time, or using them as a PR exercise to appear as if it's open to negotiations as Russian troops continue to bombard Ukrainian cities and towns. A warning that some images in this next story are disturbing. We have some frightening video to show you out of a deadly attack on the city of Irpin, Ukraine. Saying 3 people, including 1 child, were killed when the city was hit with Russian mortar shells on Sunday. The attack came while a number of people were fleeing from the fighting.
I'm looking for you. I'm looking. Go to something.
The Rising Sun flag.
Ukraine says that humanitarian corridors proposed out of Kyiv, Kharkiv, Mariupol, and Sumy that lead to Russia and Belarus are immoral. It comes as Ukrainian officials wrapped up a third round of negotiations, but with no real breakthrough. One MP says there's major humanitarian crisis unfolding.
I don't want.
I saw you eat them.
I don't want them.
You like them.
Make him go choose them.
To shoot at humanitarian corridor and 8
Go into my gears.
including 2 children. So today this evacuation is continuing.
Go.
People are trying to get out of this fighting area, and that is really a huge problem.
Gonsharenko is also asking its allies to provide more weapons as well as fighter jets. Well, a convoy of trucks headed to a remote community in the Yukon by Ice Road got stuck last week due to overflow. While the trucks have since delivered their cargo safely, the community's chief worries the incident is an alarming sign of climate change. Here's Sarah Connors with that story.
These photos from last week show a truck that was stranded for 5 days outside of Old Crow, a remote fly-in community in northern Yukon. The truck was part of a convoy that was delivering building supplies by ice road to the small community, which is home to the Vuntagwitchin First Nation. But around 10 kilometers outside of Old Crow, near a river crossing, the trucks ran into overflow.
The overflow is very dangerous. I think for your listeners, imagine quicksand at -40. That's what overflow is.
Chief Dana Tisha Tram says the overflow was on top of 2.5 feet of ice. Overflow results when the weight of ice and snow pushes down, forcing water up over the ice.
We just have never seen anything like this before, so the trucks came up to this. They saw that, and there was no way they were going to challenge it.
Eventually, community members built an ice bridge, which all trucks were able to cross safely into the community by Thursday morning. Due to the difficulty of building an ice road to Old Crow, the community hasn't had access to one since 2014. Tisha Tram says the event was concerning because the trucks were carrying supplies for projects like a new elders complex, which can't be flown in.
Literally, the foundation for people's lives is now coming up across 2.5 to 3 feet of overflow that nobody has ever seen before.
And unfortunately, these are exactly the types of conditions that we can come to expect to see more and more of in northern Canada.
Chris Dirksen is a research scientist with Environment and Climate Change Canada. He says extreme overflow is consistent with climate change because there was above normal snowfall this past winter and a warmer fall period.
So again, both of these conditions are exactly what we expect with climate change. So sort of a late delayed start to the ice season, and then still extensive snowfall during the winter, and that's the combination that leads to these overflow type events.
It's no surprise to Tisha Tram. In 2019, Old Crow declared a climate emergency because of issues like changing bird migrations and receiving permafrost. He worries this is yet another sign of a drastically changing environment and says everyone needs to pay attention to what's happening in the north.
If we're seeing this in Old Crow, then Canadians and Yukoners will be seeing this in time to come in the south, as we are a canary in the coal mine.
Sarah Connors, APTN National News, Whitehorse.
If you spent more than a year in a First Nations community affected by a long-term drinking water advisory between 1995 and 2021, there may be some money coming your way. Part of an $18 billion settlement of the First Nations drinking water class action lawsuit. It was reached with the federal government last December, and $1.5 billion has been set aside to affected individuals. They can now apply for compensation online. For more details, you can visit www.firstnationsdrinkingwater.ca. Well, we need to take another break, but when we come back, a fashion fundraiser for basketball.
It's all indigenous, it's ours, right? And not only ours anymore, the whole world is looking at the design and the culture and all the traditional images on our clothing and say, yeah, this could be in the modern world.
Yeah. Oh, they're always doing that.
Welcome back. It's time now for our photo of the day. Kelly McLeod got this picture of a stunningly beautiful lynx in northern Manitoba. Kelly said that the lynx seemed to be posing for the picture. You can send your amazing photos by email to share@aptn.ca for the chance to be our next photo of the day. Let's take a look now at tomorrow's weather forecast. To the east coast, we've got 6 and a chance of flurries for St. John's, Charlottetown, 2 and snow, -10 and snow for La Grande River, Cougewac, -11, snow expected. Chibougamau, sunshine and -8, Val-d'Or, -3, same with Ronde-Noranda, snow expected there, 0 and sunshine for phase 1 and cloud for Sault Ste. Marie. 0 with a chance of flurries for Thunder Bay, same thing for Sioux Lookout, except for -1. Puktuagan, -17 with snow, God's Lake and Norway House, both snow and -4. Snow and -5 for Winnipeg, 0 and snow for Dauphin. -10 and snow for North Battleford and Saskatoon. -12 and snow for La Ronge, -18 and snow for Stony Rapids. Snow continues in Alberta, -11 for High Level, -12 for Fort Mac. Snow down south to -9 and snow for Calgary and Medicine Hat. Sunshine finally in BC, 3 for Kamloops, 0 in Grinnell. 9 and sunny for Prince Rupert and sunshine, -4 for Dease Lake. -8 and sunny for Mayo, -14 and sunny for Old Crow. Sunshine continues into the NWT for Yellowknife and Wrigley. -11 and sunny for Nuvik, -28 sunshine for Polytech. -22 and sunny for Chesterfield, New York, -25 sunny skies there. Clyde River and Pangerton both at sunny and -22. A fundraiser gala was recently held in North Vancouver to raise money for a women's basketball team. As APTN's Tina House reports, it was quite the night to remember.
Excitement is building backstage as the Supernatural models are getting ready to hit the runway. Tonight, it's all about showcasing Squamish Nation fashion designer Homunculus Pam Baker and her brand, Touch of Culture.
It's a fundraiser for a basketball team called AMR, All My Relations, and that's a team I coach. And we are doing the fundraiser showcasing my
right up to speed on all your Indigenous news at our website, aptnnews.ca. Have a great night.
Shut the fuck up.
Good evening, I'm Dennis Ward. Welcome to APTN National News. The federal government has not done enough to address the ongoing water crisis in many First Nations across Canada. That's according to a new report from the Auditor General released today. The report examined how far federal funding has gone to eliminate long-term boil water advisories since the Liberal government came into power in 2015. And findings suggest the feds were never on track to reach its 2021 goal long before the pandemic hit last year. Brittany Hobson explains.
The Auditor General of Canada says unless significant changes are made in how the federal government works with First Nations to resolve water issues, problems with access to safe drinking water will persist. A new report states Justin Trudeau's government has not provided necessary support to end long-term boil water advisories and address ongoing water issues in communities.
In a country like Canada in 2021, it is hard to believe that there are so many individuals who don't have access to something that many of us take for granted. And hence it is time for Indigenous Services Canada to take some concrete action.
Karen Hogan called the findings disheartening. The report tracks what has been done since 2015, when Trudeau came into power, until late 2020. The Liberals promised to end long-term boil water advisories by March 2021. They have confirmed this will not happen, citing delays due to the pandemic. But the Auditor General found Indigenous Services Canada was not on track to meet this deadline prior to the pandemic. In 2015, there were 160 long-term drinking water advisories. As of November 2020, 100 have been eliminated. However, the report finds 15% of these were resolved due to interim measures.
There are many temporary measures that are put into place, and the temporary measure just pushes the issue a little further down the road. So it is time to find long-term, sustainable solutions for First Nations communities. While there are some plans in place or under development, those solutions won't be in place until at least 2025.
The audit found the department's efforts have been constrained by an outdated funding formula for operations and management. Indigenous Services Minister Mark Miller was not given a time frame when the AG's recommendations would be implemented.
I have a very, very specific goal of ensuring that clean water gets in communities. We have to make sure that it's being done in the right way, and I would put to you that we are close to getting there. We are on a good track.
Ultimately, the audit found a regulatory regime was still not in place 15 years after the AG first recommended it. The report says until this is implemented, First Nations will not have drinking water protections comparable with other communities. Brittany Hobson, APTN National News.
And you can find much more on the Auditor General's report over on our website, aptnnews.ca. When he was named Quebec's anti-racism minister on Wednesday, Benoit Charette said education reform was at the top of his list, and with good timing. By Thursday, a group of Indigenous students from Bishop's University went public with allegations of discrimination and mistreatment on campus. Lindsay Richardson has that story.
The 2020 Bishop's University Convocation Address referred to a need for change.
Bishop's is far from reflecting the diversity of Canada in its students, staff, faculty, administrators, and governors.
5 months later, a group of Indigenous students say their attempts to see change through didn't fare well on campus.
There was a lot of eye rolling, and there was a lot of negative tones with the way they were responding to our questions.
You know, it's been a battle to try to express our needs as First Nations.
When we try to help, we are looked down upon or downgraded.
These women are part of an Indigenous Cultural Alliance at the Sherbrooke-based university, located about 2 hours east of Montreal. With the help of the Centre for Research Action on Race Relations, or CRAR, they made their concerns public, saying an on-campus diversity task force is whitewashed. Indigenous professors are underrepresented. The university's land acknowledgement is insensitive, and their promised $6 million cultural hub for Indigenous students is slowly being co-opted. adopted for office space.
We were told that we can't get everything that we want. We've had a lot of comments about how we should be grateful for even getting a space.
Cassie Curley says she was retaliated against for pointing out mistakes in course material.
I had a teacher who was mispronouncing, misspelling a lot of indigenous stuff. I sent him an email trying to help him out, and I was downgraded for it, and I was singled out in class. I was not getting homework back. He would purposely fail me and stuff due to this thing, and even when I brought it up to other people's attention, nothing was done.
So they proposed having elders come and speak instead, and were told if it wasn't free, it couldn't happen.
We would love to have so many speakers, but we just don't have the budget for that. And it's not like Bishops is throwing money to help us get these speakers.
Bishops must do better.
In reaction, Bishop says they're committed to diversity and inclusion and are now recruiting a special advisor to address both. But these students feel a first step is acknowledging that systemic change is a two-way street. Lindsay Richardson, APTN National News, Montreal.
Well, time now for a quick break, but stick around, there's much more to come.
Living with type 2 diabetes and having trouble lowering your blood sugar, there are once-weekly treatment options that can help you take control. Learn more at onceweekly.ca or talk to your doctor about once-weekly treatments for
Welcome back. February is Black History Month, and it's being observed in Iqaluit, which some might not know is quite a multicultural community. Ken Driscoll spent some time with an Iqaluit playwright who is Black, Inuk, and growing more successful by the day.
Mioli Koli Sublupnik is a product of Iqaluit. This is a big week for the playwright. Her contribution to a national project called 21 Black Futures premiered online. Black and Inuk. And so was the lead character of her play.
I called it Blackberries, and there's a young girl, fictional character, who travels north for a relative's funeral. And while she's up here, she has an opportunity to get out on the land and chat with her cousin, who is somebody that's helping her to identify herself through just herself expressing to her cousins.
Only 1% of all Nunavummiut are Black. Over 80% of all Nunavummiut are Inuk. Being both, Koli Sublupnik faced different challenges than many kids in Nunavut, and she put that into her art.
Draw on some of my own experiences through things that either I've lived or that I've seen. And V is somebody who grew up in the South, whereas I grew up here in Iqaluit. And having grown up here in Iqaluit, there's a lot of assumptions about what it means to be Black in the North, and that possibly I'm from somewhere else. I often get the question of, where are you from? But where are you really from?
She is really, really from Iqaluit, and so is her mother. When Koli Sublupnik was growing up in Iqaluit in the 80s, her mom treated her just like her other kids, with one exception that will be all too familiar parents of Black children.
I think the only difference I saw in Mia when she was growing up, and I think one of the hardest times was combing her hair because it was curly. And if it was long, I had to be careful that I wasn't hurting her as much. But she probably, have stories with that too. But and making sure that she wasn't late for school. But otherwise, she was, another child at home.
Her father, Albly Koli, is from Jamaica, grew up in Toronto, and now lives in Montreal. It isn't hard to tell how proud he is of her.
My daughter, I'm so proud of her to see the person she's developed as, okay? Because I can only give her my view as a Black man, as a Jamaican, with Jamaican background. But her mother does an amazing work from the Inuit perspective. So even though we might not be together as a couple, my is the benefactor of like two incredible people.
Miali's dad says that when he first moved to Iqaluit in 1978, there were only 5 other Black people living in Iqaluit. He can still name them all. This was the scene last year at the Black Lives Matter protests held in Iqaluit after the death of George Floyd. That's a whole lot more than 5 Black people out there, side by side with the elite. Lisa Lutnick has a unique point of view with a foot in both worlds, and by sharing that through her writing, can help the territory learn and grow. Ken Driscoll, EPTN National News.
To the East Coast now, we're under the guidance of Mi'kmaq artist Alan Silliboy. Mi'kmaq youth are learning their culture hands-on. They're painting a boat that will eventually be on display in a Halifax museum. Angel Moore brings us that story.
Students at Pictou Landing First Nation are painting this boat with Mi'kmaq petroglyphs. Petroglyphs are rock carvings estimated to be older than European contact. The 8-pointed star is one of many petroglyphs that are located in historic sites in Nova Scotia. Grade 8 student Ethan Francis says painting them on the boat links the community to the past.
A lot of our culture was lost, like a long time ago. Petroglyphs are from like ways to show how it was, and like it's almost like stories being told from the ancestors.
Kaylin Hammond, a grade 7 student, draws to share history.
And yeah, we need to know how they lived, and so that people know the truth about them.
Mi'kmaq artist Alan Silliboy says the 8-pointed star represents the Mi'kmaq universe and will be at the center of the boat. Petroglyphs feature prominently in Silliboy's paintings. They're an inspiration he hopes to pass on to the youth.
And so, learning about them and expanding on them is really being life's work. So, it's important that every child knows about the petroglyphs and who left them.
Teacher Haley Bernard combines Mi'kmaq culture with education.
Like I didn't have the opportunity to learn this as a student in school ever, any cultural or language.
Once completed, the boat will be on display at the Maritime Museum of the Atlantic. Angel Moore, APTN, National News, Pictou Landing, First Nation.
Looks pretty good. Melissa Lamoran will be here with the latest episode of Nation to Nation after the national news. Here he is now, though, with a look at what's coming up.
Tonight on Nation to Nation, I speak to Justice Minister David Lametti. Last week, he introduced legislation that wants to do away with some mandatory minimum sentences. Lametti says it's to undo Stephen Harper's tough on crime program.
It's a failure. It has been a failure, been demonstrated to be a failure. It's led to the massive overrepresentation of Indigenous and Black people in our criminal justice system.
I also talked to preeminent scholar on Indigenous law, Dr. John Borrows. He'd like to shake up the Supreme Court of Canada, expand it from 9 to 12 justices, with those additional 3 being experts on Indigenous law. That's coming up in a matter of moments. See you then.
Looks good as always. But we got to step aside for one more quick break. But stick around, there's much more to come.
Sophia made a good choice today. I'm not referring to her morning dessert, though it does look delicious. She made the choice to get her COVID-19 booster. Well done, Sophia. Choose to boost.
Welcome back. Time now for our photo of the day. Sent in by Melvin Marasty Jr. He's the father of Melvin Marasty. Charlotte Morton Jacobs takes us to Hay River to look at what's needed for the industry to become a year-round viable source of revenue.
6 miles from shore is where Marius McCullum makes a living.
He's been commercially fishing the waters of Great Slave Lake, Northwest Territories since the 1970s. Fishing expertise aside, McCallum credits his success reported in July. Indigenous Fishing Cooperative Tucho took over management of this Hay River fish plant, and a new fish plant is expected to be built and operational by 2022. In the new plant, Tucho will process, market, and set the price of product instead of sending their fish down to Winnipeg to be processed and sold. This winter, Tucho has supported training in communities around Great Slave Lake. Robert Bouchard, the new plant.
The question mark for winter anymore. There's only a handful of people that have volunteers and have the capability and the training.
Bouchard says there's lots of fishers out there. Now it's a matter of getting them to increase their catch.
There's some people that are just doing sustainability fishing, so they're just feeding their family and some friends. But maybe if there's a place where they can drop their fish off readily, they'll do more. Like they'll put in 10 nets and then they'll make a little revenue. So, and then that person builds to a certain point rate, and then now you have people that are wanting to buy new boats, new equipment.
The next step before the fish plant opens, strategizing.
6 pieces. I sold for $30.
How to set the best price, diversify products, and grow market shares for NWT Fish. Charlotte Moore-Jacobs, APTN National News, Hay River.
In a Canadian first, a 300-kilometer-long river in Quebec has received legal personhood, a status that will protect it from potential exploitation by hydro companies. The Magpie River on Innu territory is known for salmon fishing and rafting. Previous attempts to protect the site were blocked by Hydro-Quebec because of its power potential. So the Innu Council, Iqaluit, and municipal leaders in Manganese passed parallel resolutions to give the river 9 legal rights similar to humans. They will be appointing river guardians to protect the magpie in and out of court.
That's fucking rad. For me, the river is always a person. It was always confirmed that way by the nation. Nature is alive. You can see the movement. You can hear the rivers. You can hear the trees. You're only getting closer and closer. And I think it's important.
In recent years, Yukon First Nations have severely restricted Chinook salmon harvesting due to low fish numbers. Now, a recent study has found only a third of tagged upper Yukon River Chinook salmon are making it past the White Horse fish ladder. Every year, the salmon travel 3,000 kilometers from Alaska to spawning grounds in the Yukon. In order to make it upstream to spawn, the fish must get past a 15-meter-high fish ladder near White Horse. The study found that last year, only around 220 fish passed the ladder out of an estimated 650 fish.
One of the things that could be impacting salmon passage up the ladder is the fact that these salmon have traveled 3,000 kilometers upstream by the time they hit this dam and fish ladder. So it's a rather unique migration challenge that not many other salmon populations on Earth have to face. It's uncommon to have to do such a long migration and then have this challenge of passing a dam.
Hey, better news, with the help of Blackfoot elders, herd of bison were reintroduced to Waterton National Park in southern Alberta. Elders from Kainai, Siksika, and Piikani provided blessings and held a ceremony to honor the herd of 6. The park in Treaty 7 territory has been without bison since a wildfire in 2017. Leroy Little Bear of the Kainai Nation has been working with Parks Canada as part of a bison restoration project. It says the bison alters the landscape by bringing other animals and plants to the region.
course, it's been something that was a dream of our elders to bring those buffalo back. It's also very important with regard to our culture, our songs, our stories.
Beautiful are those shots with the mountains in the background. Well, that is all the time we have for your APTN National News for this Thursday. For news anytime, you can visit our website, aptnnews.ca, and never miss a headline by downloading the APTN News app. Thanks for tuning in. Stick around. Todd's up next with Nation to Nation. Have a great night.
I don't know. That's something needed. Nobody talks about it.
Heart is racing here now. Never wanna wait out. I want you into the end.
It's Nick here. I've tried to make this video so many times and I can't. And today, guys, is probably the that I've dreaded. I never thought I would have to make this video. Like, I want to cut it out, bro, if I start tearing up, bro, but I can't not tear up. So, like, I'm making this video because my dad, he passed away with the first on New Year's Day of January.
Thank God for cryptocurrencies, a way that people can trade outside of a scrutinized, centralized, corrupt financial system, which is why the world's governments are shutting it down. Hello there, you 5.1 million awakening wonders. I know there's threats everywhere and doubt inside you sometimes is natural, but we can continue to awaken together. The conversation that we have is part of the power that we have. Don't let them shut you down. Don't let them call you crazy. Don't let them call you conspiracy theorist, because new information is coming into the mainframe and we're going to rip with it together and build a new discourse, and you are part of it. You know that. I know that. Hope is abound. And if you're in the UK, you can come see me live. I'm appearing in Scarborough, Newcastle, Glasgow, Bristol. There's a link in the description. Blackpool. I'm doing these shows. They're fantastic live experiences. We get close to each other. We can feel one another in the room. We can start to change this meaningfully together before yet more avenues of possibility are shut down, as is happening in the USA and obviously Canada. We're talking about cryptocurrencies and new measures both in the United States and Canada to monitor and control the exchange and transfer of cryptocurrencies. This could be a complex issue. God knows I can barely understand it, but together we're going to get to the bottom of it, because when you look at alternative means of trading, alternative and parallel adjacent systems, you know that the government's got to get their claws and paws all over that stuff, right? And that is indeed what's happening. Let's look at this story now. Ever since decentralized cryptocurrencies started emerging as less of a passing novelty and more of a serious alternative to paper money, thus threatening to trigger a domino effect that might one day current world order relying on paper money in serious jeopardy, governments have been fidgeting, trying to come up with some type of regulation that would give them control over the developments. In February, the head of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission called on lawmakers to grant his agency authority to regulate cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin, saying the speculative fervor around such assets has left investors in need of protection. The government, they're always there to protect us. protecting us from speculating, protecting us from getting unwell, protecting us from leaving the house, protecting us from freedom. When they start to say they require regulatory power in order to sort of back down speculatory fervour, don't you just hear, this cryptocurrency thing is actually working. We better shut that shit down fast. Cryptocurrencies, partly born of my own ignorance and inability to fully understand it. Hit me up in the comments below if you believe that you understand it, or some good stuff that we can watch together so we can learn together about it. But when people start trying to shut it down in the government, that's when my ears prick up. That's when I think, hello, they're trying to shut it down. It does work. They're creating their own centralized cryptocurrencies in national banking systems. It does work. And when I talk to you about global governmental change, I don't mean we should ever create one centralized government. I oppose centralization above all else. But we do need something that's as powerful enough to confront our current hegemony. And maybe our own systems of trade, our own systems of currency would present us with the opportunity to create in real time alternative systems where we could just let the old money, the old paper, silly old establishment world atrophy around us. Now, if this is more covert, what's going on in America, protecting us from speculating. In Canada, it was a bit more obvious and explicit because the measures they took under the Emergency Act but are not rescinding was provoked by mass action. So it was a bit more hysteria and panic about it. Oh no, people are getting together and protesting. Shit, emergency measures. Let me remind you, the Canadian government introduced new rules under the Emergencies Act that will require payment service providers and crowdfunding platforms to report large and suspicious transactions. In a news conference on Monday, Minister for Finance, Chrystia Freeland, about Schwab's project. Oh, there she is. You're doing very well in Canada. How's things going? Are you able to freeze bank accounts yet? I don't like to try. Chrystia Freeland, whose name sounds sarcastic, said that the new rules will cover all forms of transactions, including digital assets, such as cryptocurrencies. Just slipping that in there, just quietly closing down another little avenue of freedom. What's it going to be next? Oh well, everything's been shut down. I can't spend any money. Bank account's been frozen. I might go just sit on the swings down at the park. Those swings have been frozen. Oh, well done, Christian. You shut down the swings, did you? Even I wouldn't have thought of that. Meanwhile, south of the border, in a hearing before the Senate Agriculture Committee, which oversees its markets, CFTC Chairman Rustin Burnham also echoed skepticism expressed by his fellow Biden administration regulators about the potential that cryptocurrencies offer. Mr. Burnham suggested Congress pass a law that would allow the CFTC to regulate cash markets for certain types of cryptocurrencies and provide it with funding to conduct additional oversight. Such legislation would aim to fill a regulatory gap, as some types of cryptocurrency claim to fall outside the jurisdiction of the federal government's other market regulator, the Securities and Exchange Commission. Part of the appeal of cryptocurrencies that even I, Luddite that I am, can appreciate is that they are able to operate outside the auspices of technocratic global autonomy. There is an ability to transact without the slippery fingers of the New World Order government system, taking a few pennies here or there, or preventing you from acting with financial freedom and impunity, which is sort of what free market capitalism, even, which I'm, as you know, I've got my doubts about, is supposed to offer us. Well, here they go again, looking for a way of shutting that down. You can almost imagine the meetings. There is a new means of financial transaction emerging. I'll dismiss it, discredit it, badmouth it, criticize it. It's still working, they're not buying it. Shut that shit down. DC and SEC crack down on cryptocurrency projects and trading platforms that are considered to be breaking the law or defrauding investors. But as we've just seen, the law changes. The law is plastic. The law is the tool of the government. If there isn't a law to shut you down, they'll create one. But neither agency has won undisputed oversight over the two largest cryptocurrencies, Bitcoin and Ether, which together represent about 60% of the entire market. Congress must work with regulators and the Biden administration to design a framework that protects consumers and our environment and keeps our markets fair, transparent, and competitive. That's what they always offer up, isn't it? We're coming to protect you. All right, we're here to protect you. Fucking just leave us alone, all right? We'll protect ourselves. No, you need a bit of protecting. Sit still, sit down. And what about this bit? Fair and transparent. Where's the fairness and transparency in Congress people like Pelosi and cross-party politicians using what appears to be insider trading knowledge to make money from stocks that they are supposed to regulate? We've done stories on this. If it's fairness and transparency, stop lobbying, get the money out of Washington, stop people in Congress from financially benefiting from stocks that they are supposed to be regulating, most notably Pelosi and her husband and all of their big tech stocks. These are measures you would make if that was true. What it seems like we're trying to do is prevent other people from profiting, ordinary people potentially. Now, I'm sure cryptocurrencies being a financial market is already dominated by the kind of powerful forces that other financial interests are dominated by. But the fact that it's being regulated leads me to believe that it's a potential outlet for ordinary people, that it represents a degree of freedom precisely because of the regulation. That's where my own personal trust when it comes to government regulation sits. And I'll tell you why, because I've just seen what's happened in Canada. I've just seen a protest maligned as racist. I've just seen bank accounts frozen, emergency acts introduced in the name of what? Protection, fairness, transparency. So now when I hear those words, I recognise the dog whistle. I now know how to decode. They've taught me how to think. In February, CNBC reported that some lawmakers and their families are betting thousands of dollars on crypto. Okay then, it's alright when they do it. If you're so worried about it, don't fucking invest in it. The thing is with cryptocurrency, and what we need to protect you from, is that we can't currently regulate it and therefore predict its behavior and therefore accurately know when and how we should invest in it and therefore increase our own profits. You can see that would be a problem for us. We've got to protect you. We've got to protect you from us ever being poor and therefore beholden to you for money. And that would mean, I guess, we'd have to do what you wanted instead of what we wanted. And you can see why we want to protect you from that. Congress has taken a hard look at crypto as an investment opportunity. 8 lawmakers or their immediate family, dependent child, have traded cryptocurrencies over the past year with bets ranging from about $1,000 to as high as $100,000, a CNBC analysis found. Well, what a surprise. What a surprise to hear on one hand, we want to regulate it, we want to stop you doing it. On the other hand, we're doing it though. The crypto trades create another wrinkle in the debate over potential conflicts of interest in Congress. The cryptocurrency industry is ramping up its lobbying machine as lawmakers and regulators weigh new rules for the sector. It's a nice cryptocurrency business you built yourself there. It's a shame if someone came along and regulated it. Do you mean we have to give you lobbying money? I didn't say that, but I heard you say it. One interesting way in which the entrenched global establishment is now trying to tackle the problem of cryptocurrencies is emerging via the institution of financial surveillance. In the US, the ubiquitous surveillance of financial activities of citizens is done discreetly. And if you try to make it less discreet, you're going to prison for the rest of your life. Or Russia, with the Treasury and banks relying on the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, FinCEN. FinCEN has a global counterpart, the Financial Action Task Force, FATF, that says its key job is to prevent money laundering. And FATF has gone a step further than FinCEN. I've got these names of shit. Come up with some better names. Has gone a step further than FinCEN currently does by coming up with a draft proposal, a guidance that wants to introduce what it calls an expansive cryptocurrency standard, virtual apps by ordinary people around the world. Yeah, they want regulatory bodies, they want their cut, they want their lobbying. Sometimes you realise that films like The Godfather are so brilliant because it demonstrates to you that the whole thing's a racket, that the coalescence between crime, what we understand as crime, and like government is just some diplomas and some documents and some wigs and some hats and some suits and ties. And that's where the line is drawn. It's still about the enforcement of power. It's still about who's allowed to do what. If they do it, it's okay. If you do it, it's not okay. This is how we are governed. The relationship between people that are governed and those that govern them has always been one of tension. They offer us protection in order for our tax money and for our general obedience and compliance. This is like basic manual and code that I'm offering you there. Well, it's pretty clear to see that there needs to be a renegotiation in that relationship. The power has become too centralised at a national level and even a global level. That there needs to be a dissolution, a dissemination, a redistribution of power so ordinary people can participate in their own government. How about this? A vote. Do you want us to regulate cryptocurrencies? We really need to protect you. Fuck off. The guidance in the work since 2019 has the goal of aligning VASPs with traditional financial institutions. The document, although not legally binding either on participating countries or VASPs themselves, is hoped to spur them to act proactively in assessing their compliance, i.e. to self-regulate to satisfy the guidance rules and thus prevent the need for governments to step in with their regulation, which would no doubt surface significant political controversies and is thus best avoided. So what they're trying to do is go, look, we're going to regulate this if you don't start playing ball and letting us in. You've got a racket running there, and we ain't in on the racket. Let us in on the racket, which we're shutting down your racket. Gangster. Once again, the parallels with attempts to regulate social media and user-generated content platforms in general is self-evident. As technology grows, it presents opportunities. Initially, those opportunities are for everyone. Over time, it becomes colonized, the way the internet got colonized. I'm old enough to remember the beginning bit where it's like, oh shit man, Napster, we can get everything for nothing. Now, you turn on the internet and you go in a series of interfaces, essentially virtual shops that manage your money. Same with cryptocurrencies, which I don't claim to properly understand. There's an initial period where there's an opportunity, and what happens is corporations and government, in alliance with one another, create regulation that benefits them and shuts down your hope. And the only way to oppose that? Popular uprising. But if you do that, they're shutting down your bank account. So what do we need to do? On a massive scale, on an unprecedented scale, look at means and methods of dissent and confrontation. Never violent, always peaceful, but new ways of saying we need to run our own systems. We've had just about enough of your help, thank you. Could we help you? Could we help you? No, thank you. We'll help ourselves. We'll organise our own societies, thanks. We'll organise our own systems. We've had quite enough of your help in the last couple of years, particularly. Thank you. But that's just what I think. What do you think? Let me know in the comments below so we can keep this conversation going. Give this video a thumbs up. Share it around. Tell us what cryptocurrency resources we need to look at. Do I need to be investing? Should I be investing? And I'm on tour. Come and see me in Newcastle, Hull, Blackpool, Plymouth, Bristol. I'm all over the show. There's a link in the description if you do fancy coming to see me. If you like this video, have a look at this one or this one. There's a mailing list you can sign up to if you want to know what I'm doing every single week. I love you. Stay free.
Back on the track, I'll be back in the beast, and it's dodging the back, you ain't got in the beats, and the rules got your box in the bottom.
If the world hoped amidst broad-based internet.
We had a couple of names in the beginning. But not Moose Knuckles, but we went with Beach to that. And then after that, I suggested Beaver Roll. Oh, that's a vulgar too. Yeah, not too bad, but it was more Beaver to sound like Wordle. But that didn't really flow. It didn't really just have the same sort of, nice sound to it. Then getting the word A in there was something we really wanted, obviously, as Canadianism. So we got Wordle A as opposed to Wordle. But it really didn't flow. And my brother suggested Knuckle. And honestly, I'd heard that before as a way to describe or patriotic Canadians, a bit of a sort of a jokey term, but I thought it was really appropriate for the game.
Yeah, and I love it. I mean, it's one of those names when it comes up, it just seems so obvious. And those are the best names. How do you come up with these Canadian words? And Canadiana is the only criteria.
It is true. You got it. So yes, it has to be related to Canada in some way, but we don't have enough words to go forever, right? So at the end of the day, it was, okay, let's come up with 10, 15 words. My wife suggested some names. Even my young daughters start throwing some words out there. They get excited when the word that they suggested actually is one of the words. And did a lot of research too, right? It's one of those things where you can do some research and do some words fine sometimes, but you have to be careful. We ran the word north the other day, and we were going to run the word white. But white on its own is not really the best word to be a standalone word. Some people be upset with that. That's exactly it. We're aware of that, right? So there's research involved. I've learned a ton about Canada as I've been doing the research. But it's really, there's a lot of layout words we've run so far. Canoe was the first one. Maple syrup. You got to start off slow and get some, easier ones to get people going. But there's going to be some tricky ones coming up, I can tell you that.
And I wasn't exactly joking when I started the interview about this controversy about about a boot, which is a word you chose. Some people were upset, were they not?
Yeah, this one was not expecting this type of feedback about the boots. It was quite interesting to get emails from people saying, this is not a word. It's not an official word. How are you running words like this? That's not how Canadians say it. It's not in the dictionary. So I really find that people are passionate about their word games. They really love the rules. They really want to know the rules of engagement, how you play, and when you go outside of it and maybe do it a little bit different, outside of the box, a little bit different than Wordle, people are going to let you know about it. So that was a movement, I guess I should say.
Yeah, you caught the fury of word nerds, Mark, who I imagine are a very dangerous sort.
Well, I'm one of them. My family and I have been playing Wordle for the last couple of months. We've been excited about it, sharing scores, and it gets competitive, right? So we're definitely word nerds for sure.
So you've sort of gone viral. I mean, Rick Mercer's followed you on Twitter. This hour has 22 minutes. Lots of famous Canadians are really loving what you've done. How's it feel to build something like this and have it really take off? This isn't your first media appearance. It's definitely your worst. Not that the show's really bad, but how's it feel getting all this attention?
Well, thanks for the props. I need to work on my media game.
No, I mean, this show is bad. You're a great guest. I'm having a lot of... I'm crabbing on the show, Mark. I'm not crabbing on you.
Well, thanks for having me. The response has been amazing. Lots of positive feedback. To be honest, it started with friends and neighbors and my mom and my aunt, sharing it with their friends and, my sisters and my brother. And it was one of those things where you never really knew how it was going to fly, right? Like, obviously, we're at peak word game craze right now. And it was just, the timing was good. And I think the timing of Wordle actually running a word like humor, HUMOR, sort of riled up a lot of Canadians and folks from the UK, and it actually was a really happy coincidence. They ran that word on February 9th, and we launched on February 10th. And that was not a plan. That was not a let's just get on top of this and launch a Canadian version. But it was a bit of a happy coincidence that happened, and I think people really jumped on that. They really, really enjoyed the fact that there's going to be Canadianisms, maybe some Canadian spelling. And actually, one of the words we probably should have called the game is Wordle with OU. Like, Wordle would have been not too bad, right?
Yeah, not terrible, not terrible. Are you missing me? Did anyone ever prepare for this level of attention? Have you ever had any experience with media and interviews and this kind of stuff?
I have not. This is all new to me.
It's all great. You're better than me. Do you want the show? The show's yours. The hours are terrible. So how has it felt getting, attention from Rick Mercer? I grew up watching him. He's hilarious.
He is amazing. He's a Canadian icon. He's a legend in the comedy business. I've watched him a ton as well. So he just recently followed us and this hour's 22 minutes just tweeted us with a great dad joke. It's been fantastic. I mean, and I'm getting so many positive comments. People really are interacting with our Twitter account, which is great. Getting a lot of fun shares. There's a lot of sort of friendly joking around and chirping of people when they guess a word in 6. There's a message that comes up that calls them a lucky hoaxer. So there's lots of fun stuff that's happening. Some Canadian banter, and I think they really like that. So it's been fun.
I'm glad you built it. So let me ask you this: where can people find a Knuckle and perhaps that'll follow you on social media online?
Awesome, yeah. So the website we have is knucklegame.ca, and we're in the same handle on Twitter. We are at knucklegame. So come check us out, share your score. If you want a bit of friendly banter, share with your friends, and we're definitely on one Canada Day. So here we go.
Okay, I'm your Mark Rogers. He's the creator of Knuckle and knucklegame.ca. Mark, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
David Cooper. I'm okay, Connors, and once again, for Andrew Carter on the morning show, how the Gail Docs stepped up to help with life-saving efforts in Ukraine, that's on the way. How men and women dealt with the pandemic, Dr. Mitch Schulze at 7:50. Tuesday with Patty Lovett-Green, what you need to know about the real cost of travel right now, that's going to be 2020. And on our Tuesday morning show, so many prizes, tickets to see the Philharmonic Orchestra, and $100 to spend at C&M Textiles. Andrew Carter Morning Show, 5 to 9, here on CJAT 800. Design Louis George has been furnishing Montreal homes for over 30 years. This is where you'll find beautiful furniture from the classic to the contemporary. Bed and bath linen, chandeliers and table lamps, mirrors and accessories for every room in your house. Whether you're furnishing a new home or just DesignLouisGeorge.com.
I don't want the message to be.
Hello, friends. My name is JJ, and I'm. Hello, friends. My name is JJ, and I'm finally back home after spending an entire month in fabulous Washington, D.C. in a truly bizarre twist of fate. I ended up going on my big month-long holiday, the first substantial holiday I've taken from this channel in many years. One month that Canada has made more international news than it has in at least a decade. I refer, of course, to the Great Trucker Protest of February 22.
Why are you getting fucking louder? Oh my god. Are you shitting me?
During the last month, I was subject to an endless flurry of requests, both from you guys and people in the mainstream media wanted to hear my take on the whole thing, which was very flattering because I know I have established a reputation as Mr. Canada for years, and in ordinary circumstances, Canadian affairs are indeed my favorite thing in the world to talk about.
Information about the practice. You can find tips and advice for daily activities, and you can find the chiropractor closest to you. Be well informed, prevent injuries, live your life to the fullest. Pain changes everything. Chiropractic care changes pain.
This Bell TV station competes in being accountable to you, the listener, which is why we participate in the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council. We are committed to upholding the highest standards of broadcast excellence and adhering to the codes of conduct administered by the CBSC. If you're concerned about something you heard on our station, contact P, Ottawa, Ontario, 8P6H8, or visit the CBSC's website, cbsc.ca. Gentlemen, are you having trouble in the bed? It can be hard, so to speak, to talk about intimacy.
But it proved a uniquely challenging thing to do amid all the travel and the various other projects I had going on in DC, and frankly, just my desire to take things easy for a bit. But anyway, I'm now finally back in Canada, and the trucker protest is basically over, which I guess I can spin as actually being the perfect time to talk to the issue, because we're now a bit further removed from it. Okay, so for anyone who needs a quick refresher, on January 28th, 2022, hundreds of truckers in big rigs, comprising something they call the Freedom Con.
It's been 3 minutes time. You're listening to the Late Showgram with special guest host David Cooper on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. It's the Late Showgram and your one, perhaps, and only perhaps, host David Cooper. We are joined now by our producer Ben Harrison. He's a talented guy, and I'm glad to have him here and with us every week. Ben, thank you for being here. David, so happy to be here, and thank you, as always, for hosting. Hey, the pleasure is all mine most of the time, except for when I'm panicked and don't know what I'm doing, but I have a producer who helps me outside of that, so things are well. I'm happy to be that guiding light, man. Ben, I have a simple
thinking on my feet. Believe it or not, I'm a very methodical planner. I will have occasionally a quick moment of, flash in the pan brilliance, putting together an idea, a plan, a plot, a scheme. But most of the time, I wish I was as inventive and as creative in a moment, in an instant. But I wish I was better at that. Yeah, oh, me too. I enjoy trying to be that thing. And a lot of my work is attempting to be quick on my feet. But in reality, I have a very pessimistic view of my own ability there. So I'm with you on that, Ben. I'm with you on that. That's not me fishing for a compliment. I don't want to hear it. What are you good? What do you wish you were good at, Ben? Oh, I mean, like all other things, one of them is I wish I was more athletic. I used to be pretty good at, I was a competitive kayaker. I played basketball through to early high school. But beyond those two sports, I couldn't do anything to save my life. I couldn't throw a ball. I every now and then will go out to Christie Pitts Park here in Toronto with my buddies and play some catch or hit around a baseball. But I'm nowhere near the skill of my friends, my buddies who are a little bit more athletic. So that's something else that I wish I could improve on. Yeah, over in Christie Pitts Park. Are you aware of the Christie Pitts riots in 1933? Have you heard of them? No. Oh, it was crazy. There was all these I guess they were just regular Nazis because it was in the 30s, but there was a big rally for Hitler in the park in Canada. And then the Jews and the Italians teamed up together. So my grandparents and a bunch of Italian grandparents or whatever all came to the rally, and there was a huge brawl, and I think the non-Nazis won the brawl, and it's a historic riot that happened right in that park. Holy mackerel, I gotta do some research on this, man. I need to look into this because that's an incredible story. It's a really cool story, and it started a long, friendly history between the kind of immigrant Jewish and the immigrant Italian community in Toronto. And my grandfather claims to have been there and cracked a few Nazi skulls. I don't know if he's telling the truth. He's no longer with us, and I prefer to keep it as folklore. Not that I'm advocating violence, I don't, but it's a fun story. No, man, that's so cool. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Well, I know it's a fun story. It's fun, in its unity, fighting against fascism and Nazism, but I guess the subject matter is kind of serious. But you said Christie's Pitts, and I thought on my feet. Did I do a good job? Probably not, but I tried my best. And that's what you wish you would be better at. And you rub it in. Wasn't trying to show you that I was better at it than you, which I'm probably not. Ben, speaking of people who are better at things than you, your father is I don't know what my transition is there. All I know is that probably hit me after that. We had your dad on the show, and he can't be better at you because what he does is different than you. He's a host, you're a producer. But your father's a well-known radio host on the East Coast of Canada. He's it's a voice that I've grown up listening to my whole life. And he claims that you made your first radio appearance at age 2. Yes, I can confirm. He did mention what that appearance was. That was a time when I was brought on to perform, because always the Harrison parents are always bringing out their kids to perform. There was a 1990s movie remake of the old TV show The Beverly Hillbillies, and I could sing the theme song. And so he brought me on and had me sing. And my parents still to this day have that recording. They have it on a CD. Oh, we gotta do a director's cut of that, man. We gotta get a copy of that and play it on. Can we get the copyright release from you? Is that possible? Oh, man. Yeah, okay. All right. We will be critiquing Ben Harrison as the hillbilly theme song singer. Is that Beverly Hillbillies? It's a 2-year-old who's singing it while he's eating a hot dog. Did you hand it up? How'd it go? I handed up as much as a 2-year-old could. In fact, I really, really felt the ending there with my baby voice. I said, "See you, Daddy. I love you, gets trotted out, like every couple of years. Every time you try to be like, I'm in my 30s, I've got a good job, I live in Toronto, I'm a man. They're like, no, I see you, Daddy. I love you, Daddy. Every time you try to get out and prove that you're a man, they thrust you back in. They always do, man. They always do. And you know what? I used to be really embarrassed by it, but now I just kind of shrug and say, okay, well, you're a grown man now. I feel like in your teens that's pretty embarrassing, but it's hard to. I once really wanted a toy, and my mom would buy it for me. So I pulled her aside and I said, Mom, when I get married, I hope I marry a woman just like you, because then I know my kids will always be happy. In my mind, I was just saying something nice to try to get a toy, but my mom was so moved by this. She quotes it to this day. So, you know, what are you going to do? There's these things we do as children. We can't run away from that. That's adorable. That's the cutest thing ever in a long time. Well, I'm not going to have kids, and my ex-wife was not like her, but hey, that's a story for another night. It was cool talking to your dad. He thinks very highly of you, but. Well, I think very highly of him. You know, it's kind of one of those things where it's not really a family business or a business where, like, you know, that he can teach me everything that he knows. And for a long time, we were both in very different career paths. I was in TV, and he was in radio. And we would both start at 4 o'clock in the morning, and so we'd see each other pulling into the parking lot, and we'd give each other a wave, and then we'd go about our day. It's weird to think that, you know, we're both under the same parent company. Yeah, both had these kind of working relationships. Sort of coming in and out of my life and his life all the time. It's a really small world, and that's the thing I've learned the most over the last few years. That is, I certainly got that sense talking to him, and it's kind of cool you guys are both paid by Bell Media or IRA Canada. Got the same employer. Maybe they could, I don't know, fire you both at the same time, promote you both at the same time. Let's hope it's the latter. That is promote. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with all that. But hey, I'm not in charge. Ben, quickly, is there any one other thing that you wish you were good at? Wish I was good at? It's hard, huh? I just had to talk about it for an hour then. Being a better listener. Being a better listener. Me too. And I are a lot alike. Ben Harrison, he's a producer. He joins us every night. Ben, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show. David, thank you. Hey, you say that, but this interview was weirder than normal, but years later than normal. So, we're in a 30-year low. Learn how alternative investment opportunities and volatility and abundant growth potential. So Gary Simpson partnered with Mandeville Private Client for insight on how private Canadian REITs can provide meaningful yields that are not correlated with the stock markets. Mandeville Private Client Inc. is a member of the Investment Industry Regulatory Organization of Canada and a member of the Canadian Investor Protection Fund.
How Bell makes spring better.
It's that time of year to stop sharing photos of berries and start sharing photos of flowers. No more posting parkas, just posting puppies. And with unlimited data.
Illinois, descended upon the city of Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada. At the broadcast peak, there were over 500 trucks occupying this so-called red zone, which is the downtown core of the city, bringing many of the most important government buildings, the Parliament of Canada, the downtown.
This morning, sunshine. After that, don't worry, should be a very nice day. A little bit getting chillier right now downtown. We're just at -3 degrees here. Weather details are a moment. Here's what is making news. Reports show that Russian troops may have been left in the dark about exactly what their mission in Ukraine was. It appears some Russian troops may not have been told they were being deployed for an invasion of Ukraine. We've heard those reports from the front lines that Russian troops were told maybe they were going on some exercises, not coming in to invade their neighbor. They didn't quite know what was going on, and that is reflective of how the Kremlin tries to control the messaging, telling troops you'll be greeted as liberators, and that's far from the case.
Isn't that like our passion?
Pentagon spokesman John
Like, I don't know, we can get them.
fuel through the supplies are hitting some soldiers hard.
allow continues to be a problem for many of the Russian forces, particularly up in the north and the east. The Kremlin says safe corridors out of Ukraine could open Tuesday. Richard Hanson, ABC News. There are growing concerns that Russian forces may attack the western supply convoy before it enters Ukraine. If more from components are happening.
Fears that Russia could target full of foreign weapons being delivered to Ukrainian forces. A senior U.S. official tells ABC News there are strong indications that Russia may attack supply chain, possibly even target the convoy of weapons inside Poland before it reaches Ukraine.
As the war enters its 13th day, water, heat, and medicine have grown increasingly scarce in Ukraine. The Smart Group of Montreal rabbis have made the trip to the Polish-Ukrainian border to deliver supplies, but also to see for themselves what more Canadians could be doing. Rabbi Reuven Bucco said the aid mission is an effort that shouldn't fall on the shoulders of just one country.
Some kids, people who were told they had a chance to leave and had to gather everything they cherished in a knapsack.
We're traveling in a group representing different synagogues in Montreal and Summers. And from your Gourmet Weather Center today, a bit of cloud this morning, plenty of sunshine the rest of the day. Overall, not bad. Wednesday and Thursday, some sun, a little bit of cloud mixed in there, highs of 2 and 4 degrees. Before right now, forecast saying some flurries on Friday and an even 0. It's -3 downtown. Your next CTV News update is at 4:30.
You're listening to David Cooper on the iHeartRadio Talk Network. It's the Late Showgram. I'm your host, David Cooper. It is Monday night into Tuesday morning, and my favorite science guest, who joins us at 2 a.m. Eastern to 2:30 Eastern, is here. He joins us on Mondays. His name is Dan Riskin. He's the iHeartRadio Talk Network science expert, and he's an evolutionary biologist. Dan, it's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
And it's a pleasure for me to get up at this time of night and have this conversation with you and then go back to bed. I appreciate the time.
I don't know what the paying for you is for that, but I promise you it's not enough. Okay, anyway, because if you want to talk to them, maybe they're not paying me enough either. This started off weird. You know what else is weird? I got a story here that's one part awesome. It's one part scary. And it's one part, why are people getting this close to deer, Dan? That's the third part. It's a story that's left me saying, oh dear. It looks like there is evidence of SARS-CoV-2. What's SARS-CoV-1? I don't know. One less bad, I guess.
No, COVID-1 is the one that happened like 17 years ago. They were scary, but then it went away when we got it before it got bad. That was COVID-1, and this is COVID-2, the COVID-19 thing. And so anyway, there's evidence of this virus, the COVID-19 virus, SARS-CoV-2, goes deer to people. So this is like, I believe this one because weirdly, deer can get COVID-19. How the heck they get COVID-19 from people, I do not know. But like 80% of the deer in Iowa in this one study had COVID-19. Like 80% had the virus. Wow. And it wasn't just like one lineage and all of them, like one deer got sick once and gives all the other deer. It's like multiple lineages that came from people, and the lineages in the deer match the surrounding people in those areas. And so people are getting COVID-19 to deer. Like, I don't know if the French getting them and nobody.
Wow, when mommy and daddy don't love each other anymore, and daddy loves hunting deer, not loving deer, that's how they get it. I don't know.
Right. I think, honestly, that's almost the best explanation I come up with is that somebody secretly having sex with deer.
Oh, well, this is why you wake up, because you can say this on the late night show. Can you say that on the daytime show? Maybe.
No, you don't grab that science in the middle of the...
So I see it's under the guise of science, so we can say, I don't think too many people get deer. That sounds illegal, and we don't advise it. But we don't
we're definitely advising it, for sure. And especially now that you know they have this COVID too. So here's the thing, we know deer can get it, but nobody's ever had evidence of deer getting it in person. And there's been this fear that maybe when you're hunting deer, you're going to come close contact and it's going to breathe on you, or still it's got ways that you're taking it apart.
Or you go over to it, you just put a bullet in it, and it's gasping for air as it's in the throes of death. Maybe that's it. It is dead. Oh dear. I'm going to say that 14 more times. Okay, so
here, I do feel anyway, look, here's the point: is they tested Ontario, Southwest Ontario deer, like around London, that kind of area, and they wanted to know if those deer had COVID-19. So we tested 300 deer, only 18 of them, 6% had the virus. So that's study, but they didn't get into the deer. But what's crazy is they found that the deer had this lineage of the coronavirus that was quite separate from what people have in Canada, and it's closely linked to an outbreak in Michigan, maybe, that had to do with a mink farm, and it's a little confusing, and so we might have some clues about how it got into the deer that way. But one sector in Ontario had COVID-19 and had the weird lineage from the deer. So he seems to have got COVID-19 from the deer. Maybe the women was maybe the hunter because of the deer that had this lineage. And so we see that published in a peer-reviewed journal yet. It's still a preprint. I don't know one of the authors from Good. He's done other kinds of journals, and I trust him and know him. And I'm pretty confident it's going to go through the peer review process, and when it does, it'll be published. But for now, it's a sort of a tantalizing that we're waiting for confirmation.
Yeah, so there's two things that come to mind. One, I guess in Ontario, we don't fear as much as they do in Ottawa, but probably more interestingly, is that the viruses mutate to become extremely deadly. When an animal has a version that doesn't really affect us, but if it could affect us, it would kill us. And we have a version that affects us, but it doesn't really kill us, and then they commingle, mutate, and you get the worst of both sides.
Yes, with a capital Y-E-S, exactly. So that's what makes it so scary, is when these viruses jump from humans to an animal reservoir and then back to humans, there's lots of opportunities for the virus to adapt to its local environment, evolve quickly, mutate, or have the mutations that happen at random get selected for. And so it's a little bit like Darwin's finches moving from island to island. They have these opportunities to species become different from each other because they were isolated in different populations. They couldn't interbreed. Same thing with the virus. You move the virus into a deer for a while, it's going to adapt to a deer's immune system, and then you move it back to a person, and it's a different beast from the one that left humans to go into deer in the first place.
So, and over time, viruses typically tend towards less dangerous until this happens.
Yeah, well, so over time, the viruses typically evolve towards less dangerous. I had this interesting conversation with Angela Rasmussen, who's a virologist in Saskatchewan, who is world-renowned and has done amazing work, and it's like Tony Coop at the University of Saskatchewan. She had on her and get her to come to Saskatchewan because she's amazing. But anyway, I talked to her about that, and she says it's true. Once a virus sort of gets loose on the world, and it's doing its thing, that there's selection pressure for it to be less deadly because then it survives longer. But with SARS-CoV-2 and with COVID-19, we weren't ready with vaccines. So it hasn't really had that back and forth process happening with evolution. And so it's not necessarily getting nicer for that reason. I think we were just lucky with the old strain that it was so bad. And we'll see what the next strain looks like. But there's no reason to think that evolution is going to have our back on this one.
Exactly. And even if it does, the key modifier there is over time, could take thousands of years. It's not contagious, but less virulent. Is that the right word?
Yeah.
Strains are gonna pop up after a year, so we're not out of the woods yet.
No, we're not. There's a lot of dice rolling, and it's a lot of, it's a different sort of landscape than it was before, and I just tend toward optimism. I mean, these viruses, and this will too. It's just a question of how long it'll take to do that.
It will. All right, going further with COVID-19 science, everyone's favorite chemical, 3-methyl-2-butane, 1-thiol. A little callback for our regular listeners, which I won't expand. This chemical has nothing to do with what I'm about to say, but CBD does, which is one of the ingredients in cannabis. I believe it's pronounced cannabidiol.
Cannabidiol, I believe it is. Cannabis CBD. It's what we get CBD, those hip kits. So here's the situation where, like people that love marijuana are like, oh, it's so confused. Natural. You're like, no, it's not.
It's also so cyanide, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. Cyanide's also natural. Exactly. So anyway, it's natural, man. And so you don't take it's COVID-19. It's like, well, that's nonsense. That makes no sense. Why would you ever think that? Well, it turns out the
stoner logic can sometimes accidentally be true.
The stoner over by their lockers in the east wing of the high school were totally right this time. So CBD apparently, and according to a bunch of studies, and this is the latest one, shows that it's helpful. It somehow helps the body build an immune response against COVID-19. And so in this latest paper, there are a whole bunch of studies all put together where they isolated human lung cells that have mice, they look at medical database of people, some of whom were taking CBD to treat seizures. And the question was, do the people who are taking CBD for other stuff, do they happen to get COVID at the same rates as people who aren't taking CBD? It's almost the same design as the vaccine study. And it turns out people that are taking CBD are 35% less likely to get COVID-19. And the study with the mice, the study with the cells, sort of show the mechanisms by which it works. So CBD, which is in marijuana, does seem to protect you. However, THC, which is the thing in marijuana that gets you high, does not. So they isolated that and did separate studies, same studies on THC. That doesn't do anything. So you don't have to be stoned for this to do something. It's possible that CBD extracts and the kinds of things you can get that come from hemp plants and stuff might be able to offer these kinds of protections, but they don't know the dosage yet. They haven't figured it all out. So they're encouraging people not to go out and sort of figure this out on their own. But it's information that the stoners in the high school are probably going to tell everybody who will.
Well, there's two things here. One, these numbers are kind of high, 35% less likely to be diagnosed with COVID-19. And two, well, I feel like when you smoke it, you get all that smoke and tar in your lungs. So maybe smoking the flower, as the kids call it. When I called it, it was just called smoking weed. They actually not for seizures. They didn't look at people who smoke marijuana recreationally. Now, there are other studies that do that, but of course, those studies can be straight up. Anytime you're talking about infectious lungs, it seems like if you're smoking something, you're working against yourself. But you got to follow the data, and it's counterintuitive, but it's true.
Okay, well, let's, we got a couple minutes here. Looks like pet ownership is good for your health, your brain health. I own a cat, maybe not so good for my health because he bites me a lot. Also, there's Toxoplasma gondii, which is be the change you want to see in the world, where changes human behavior, and it's a brain fungus you get from cats. That's a complicated stretch of a joke.
Right, I'm with you. I enjoyed the joke. Yeah, there's a parasite that's something that you can get from cats, and it's, if you've ever heard that pregnant women aren't supposed to change the kitty litter because they might get sick and hurt the fetus, that's this thing called toxoplasmosis, and we used to think it was harmless to everybody else, but it turns out it can modify your behavior because it actually does get in your brain. But that's not even what this study's about. The study's about how nice is that. How long have you had your cat?
I've had my cat for 2.5 years now.
Okay, all right, well, hang in there, because in this study, people that had owned their pet for 5 years were the real winners. And so they had people that don't have a pet, or people that do have a pet, or people that have a pet and have had it for 5 years. And they were 65 to start a study, and they just followed these people for 5 years to see how their cognitive function went. Elderly people, on average, tend to show a decline in cognitive function. But if you have a pet, you don't decline as fast. And if you had a pet for at least 5 years, you do even better. So having a pet is good for your brain. It's not totally clear why. Like you exercise, take care of it, stuff like that. Maybe just they love you. But either way, having a cat or a dog, not differentiating in studies, we don't know the difference yet, is good for your mental health.
That's good. And so it's just the correlation, not necessarily yet the causation.
Exactly. We don't quite know what causes it. I'm pretty sure cats are trying to kill us at all times. So that's a very relationship to address.
You know who's not trying to kill you at all times? Dan Riskin, our science expert here at the iHeartRadio Talk Network. He joins me every week for This Week in Science. We'll be back after the break. I'm David Cooper. This is the Late Show Break.
Some story needs to be told. When you need to be heard, reach out to CJAD 800 and let us do the talking. Tell us about it through your story at CJAD800.com. Because what you're listening to, the voice of the community, the voice of Montreal, CJAD 800.
Do it once, do it right with CM Textile, your one-stop shop for fashion fabrics, custom lines, draperies, and upholstery fabrics for all your residential needs.
Occupation, you've heard, shows off many other streets, including commercial and residential areas, making a significant chunk of the city all but inaccessible. There is currently a class action lawsuit over the businesses affected by blockade The trucker occupation lasted for 3 weeks and quickly assumed a carnival-like atmosphere. There was music and a bouncy castle and a hot tub and barbecues and all the rest of it, and lots of going on. There's actually a whole other class action lawsuit. In short, the truckers are incredibly obnoxious, and that's not just me passing judgment.
natural map located in Marche to the west. That's daily blue without any.
Have you ever had sales pressure? There's a federal way of cable federation. And cable federally are fuel counters. Give you freedom to make decisions without pressure tactic. You will always count your health with that. Truly sensitive to the needs of your family. That has been part of our family for many years.
Saying that he has no idea what to make of the mixed signals, airman Pete Summers told reporters today he keeps getting ambiguous text messages from local woman Haley Wheeler claiming that she's not at all interested in him.
To me, it's really confused. One minute she's like, I don't want to allow it.
I know that when they dial the phone, I answer the call. It's important, especially during times of uncertainty like right now, that you have immediate answers about your money from the team that takes care of it for you. Number 1, I can always be reached at 514-847-6320.
CIBC Wood Gundy is a division of CIBC World Markets Inc., member of CIPF and IRON.
Hi, Don here for Red Baby. In the past, people,
I don't want to take it. And then she mentioned how she has to go hang out with her boyfriend. What am I supposed to do with that?
Summers, who first met Wheeler at a friend's party last month, informed reporters that the 27-year-old's increasingly perplexing text messages have left him unable to ascertain whether or not she would want to date him. He also noted that Wheeler's behavior at social gatherings was equally vague.
Last weekend, we were at a party, and we had talked. And every time I would go up to her, she just said, "Mom." And I texted the next day, and she totally doesn't even respond. I mean, she just needs to make up her mind and tell me what she wants.
It's Ross. That's Technology State of Texas, and this video is going to be rather unique. And in it, we're going to talk about BPD and psychopathy. And we're going to really kind of do a deep dive in this video. One thing I do want to explain is that I think that this confusion and certainly the confusion associated with BPD, there's also a lot of confusion associated with psychopathy. And I think when they're put together, I think that people really sort of really lose touch with what these two disorders are.
Diabetes and having trouble lowering your blood sugar. There are once-weekly treatment options that can help you take control. Learn more at OneCare.ca.
The likelihood of them co-occurring.
Is science. I'm David Cooper. This is the Late Show, where we are joined by an evolutionary biologist. Well, I don't have every time you're on. I look at every introduction for the 5 this year. He's got credentials. What they are, nobody cares. Yeah, because it's not street cred, it's not school cred. That's the worst kind of cred that you get in the streets. You come in the back of the high school, just beat you up. Science there, he's here. You like that with science? Yeah, sometimes that's too close to Bill Nye, but it's so cool. Yeah, you don't understand. That's all the things that is trying to take for us to say with him every week now on Thursdays, and he's trying to name the segment. Right now, they're running titled No Risk and No Reward. Wow. Where's the science in that? I don't know. That's a good question. I'll bring it up with the parts. All right, well, you're mine. Screw it. Yeah. It's not like he has any listeners. No. We've got over 3 up there, Dan. Yeah, we've got, are you up to 3? Well, I said over 3. Okay, well, 4. Dan, one thing that scares me is bacteria. But only the scary kind. There's the good kind, right? Right. That's what they keep saying. Yeah. So that's the thing. There's a study I came across, and it's about how many bacteria live in the sponge of your soup.
You know, they take the sponge you have that you move with the dishes with, you can very clean the dishes, so I'm gonna rub it with this sponge.
Yeah, but I've actually heard anecdotally that your kitchen sink is the most filthy, bacteria-laden area of your home. You're better off eating a meal from your toilet seat than one that fell in the sink and then you quickly pull it out and you say 5-second rule.
Yeah, so I don't know what the second one of those for toilets or for sinks, but I will say like fundamentally the different kinds of bacteria, and I think that's where it really matters. Like the bacteria in your
And I got
toilet
something on the phone, I'm taking it and I eat it.
a human body, whereas the bacteria in your sink are from your dishes, and they probably around the other
Wash your fucking sink.
You know, maybe there's some soap around, and you don't want to be in a totally hypoallergenic, like completely sterile environment because your immune system needs to bounce off this stuff. A lot of people think the whole reason they have asthma and all these other problems right now, or hay fever, other kinds of illnesses, is that we just live in too clean an environment where our immune systems are bored and they're looking for something to do. So bacteria aren't bad. You need to have them around for sure. And you need to your
It's the whole thing with vaccines, and taking a little bit of the vaccine, and you get immunity.
shows that thing is full of bacteria. So they calculated that
That's
the
the fucking
cubic
thing.
centimeter of your sponge has 54 billion bacteria in it, up to 54 billion bacteria, which is like 7 times the population of humans ever. Wow. In a cubic centimeter of the sponge, which I think is really cool. The reason is, it's moist, but it's aerated, so oxygen can get in there. But the real kicker, and this is what the paper's all about, is that because it's got all these different little compartments, little sponge holes, you can get different communities of bacteria that live together. And so not every bacteria has to compete with every other bacteria. If they were all in a swimming pool together, they would all have to fight. There would be just 1 or 2 species that dominated. But because they get to live in these little pockets, you can have like this exotic, weird one that lives with its strange cousin over on this side, and then somebody else lives over here. And so you get much more diversity of bacteria.
You got the hillbillies on one side of the sponge, the city slickers on the other. Yeah, it's like a whole giant world of different bacteria.
It's basically New York City. Wow. It's basically New York City.
Wow. So is it harmful to wash dishes with sponges or not necessarily?
Not necessarily. I mean, it is bacteria. So one thing to think about is if you're cleaning up that like chicken, you were cutting up like that raw chicken on the counter, you clean that with a sponge, you're rolling the dice there. So you're
I'll
getting
cross the condition
bad bacteria. But when it comes to like the normal bacteria that you're dealing with, don't freak out too much. Do use soap if you really want to get a counter clean or something like that. Send the sponge to the dishwasher.
That's what I do. I put it in the dishwasher.
Yeah. And then you can kill most of it. But you don't want to live in a sterile world anywhere. So you just want to keep it. You just want to don't eat out of your toilet. I don't know what the numbers are. Don't eat out of your toilet.
No, it's a bad way to be friends, I would say.
It's a terrible way to be friends.
I know from personal experience. You're the only one willing to accept my toilet.
And I did not meet you while you were eating out of the toilet.
So Glenn, that's a cover story for the media. I agree with all. I'll stick to the cover. We didn't eat me eating out of toilets. That didn't happen. I promise. It didn't. That's what I'm saying. It didn't happen. I said it didn't happen.
You said it didn't happen.
I was telling the truth.
It didn't happen.
That's how we know. You say something.
Otherwise, why would you?
I haven't seen the peer review publishing that says we didn't eat that way.
Well, we can't disprove that hypothesis, but right now it's not a leading hypothesis.
It's our working theory that we did not mean eating out of toilets together.
Yeah, why would you bring it up? It's true.
It's true. It's all true. Okay, fine. I'm trying to tell the truth to our listeners. I'm trying to bring truth to the media. People always complain about that, Dan, and yet you won't corroborate the very true story that we met eating. You look really upset.
No, I just like whatever you're going to take it.
I'm taking it. It's taken. Let's jump to this next story. There's a planet out there called WASP 121b. You'd never find a planet called Jewish 121b. I say that as a Jew. But the WASPs, they always take over everything. Now, I have a clip for this because they're saying that there are... Oh, what do you want then?
No, I want to hear the clip. I love it.
They're saying there's clouds of rain made of rubies on this planet. Here's the clip. That's right, Sweeney Todd, Johnny Depp, friends, you shall drip rubies. Did you like that, Dan? I did. That was so cool. Yeah. First
Nintendo came up with it. It's my favorite musical. It's a Sondheim musical. It wasn't a great version of it. It looked great because Tim Burton did it and his wife, or ex-wife, but one of the things, right? Helena Bonham Carter, she's fantastic. The production was gold, but but what's great about that is Johnny Depp can't really sing, and he worked his butt off to do an adequate job, and I respect that.
Oh shit. I don't know if I should say this.
Like, I know he's weird. I get that. He's a weird guy, but he's a really good actor. He shows up.
I think the media is going a little bit soft on him again because he found out some of the trouble he got into was maybe not true. I don't want to get into the specifics of that, but I'm on Johnny Depp.
I heard he's
Depp, I think.
Sure, yeah.
But then again, I heard Shia LaBeouf was a dick, but he's just
I would like to even find like an arts side to this.
his own person.
Block 121B, it's way up in space, and it was done by Hubble, and it goes around a different sun and all this stuff, but it's what's called a hot Jupiter. And I didn't know what this hot Jupiter is. Sex number? Like, oh, we got a hot
Jupiter, my cousin's a hot Jupiter. I don't know why it's legal. You can marry your cousin.
Mm.
Okay, let's go.
But she's a hot Jupiter. I mean, what else are you going to do? Hot Jupiter is their planet. They're like the size of Jupiter or bigger, but they're really close to their sun. And because they're so close to their sun, they're very hot. And so hence hot Jupiter. That's why they call it hot Jupiter. But this one is like so close to its sun that it goes around once every 30 hours. Like it's just
in orbit. 1 year is 30 hours.
Yes, but also 1 day 30 hours because it's tidally locked. So its face is always the same side towards the sun. So you know the moon always faces us with the same side.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's because it's tidally.
It's like in Seinfeld, the woman who's only good on one side of her face. You know, talking about the two face. Okay, well,
no, but I believe you.
So like half of the hot Jupiter is ugly, it's cold, and then half of the hot Jupiter is super hot.
Okay, but there you go. That's exactly it. So there's this hot side, which is like 3,000 degrees Celsius. Then you've got this other side that is like 1,500 degrees Celsius. And so astronomers are like, well, this is kind of weird and cool. What would it be like there? Ours is too hot for like clouds of vapor or anything like that. Like the water is just not going to rain. But they figured out that like this hot side would melt all these metals, and then there would be this crazy wind sending them around to the cool side, which is still 1,500 degrees Celsius. And then on that cool side, they would start raining, and the composition of the rain would be such that you would actually have rubies falling out of the sky, rubies and sapphires. The same metals that are rubies and sapphires, but it'd be liquid. So it's like the Johnny Depp song about rubies falling.
Dripping rubies. What a great place. We should take a field trip. A Showgrams field trip. You know, Evan Solomon won't take you to this on Jupiter. I will then.
Yeah, that guy. Yeah.
You just have to come up with the technology to get us there, and I will leave.
But the triple base turns out because it's so many rubies, like buckets of stuff.
How far away is this planet? Do we know?
850 light years. So that's going to
like
be
3 or 4 kilometers approximately.
It might be 3 or 4.
All right. We were Dan Riskin for this week of Science Dan. It's always a pleasure to have you on the show.
Well, thanks. I'm really having a nice time.
How do you say that? But do we believe you? Maybe we do. Maybe we don't. See you later. We'll eat some food out of a toilet bowl. Yeah, on this here. Bring us to the late show, Graham.
Good morning. James Foster with your CTV News update. Russian ambassador to the United Nations says that Moscow would start a temporary ceasefire in Ukraine today to allow civilians to leave major cities. Previous attempts to secure evacuations amid the Russian invasion have failed. So Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says he's going to believe this one when he sees it. Russia's progress continues to be slow 13 days into the invasion. Russia says that it may cut off its main gas pipeline to Germany if Western allies enact a ban on Russian oil. Russian Deputy Prime Minister Alexander Novak warned that a ban could see oil prices more than double to $300 a barrel. And conservative commentator and political strategist Tasha Kiernan will not be running to be the next leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Instead, she's endorsing former Quebec Premier Jean Charest. He hasn't officially put his name in the ring yet, but he is expected to do so Thursday in Calgary. And from your Norway Weather Center today, it's cloudy this morning, plenty of sunshine. Late this morning and through your afternoon, a high of +1 on the day. Bit of a wind chill this morning, making things feel around -10 right around the time that everybody's taking their kids to school. So a little bit chilly, but it will be warming up. And it'll continue to warm up till around Thursday. So
Can't do that in school.
on a Monday, 4 degrees.
They're teaching kids how to be racist.
Thursday, Friday, though, looks like right now the forecast we will be seeing some.
And my kids will not vary them much. And maybe some parents can actually educate themselves. Not being solely baby makers that for child about food. You guys ever tired of doing food? Like, and dieting. It's like they fell into what do you call it? Age-defying face masks. Like, age-rejuvenating face masks. Like, you guys know it's bullshit. So why are you guys still fucking... Maybe this one will be different. Make us do. You'll be lucky. Maybe this one.
So that's what we're going to unpack today. We're going to do a deep dive. We're going to talk about the two factors and four facets of psychopathy and how potentially each one could or could not, or does not relate to psychopathy. A lot of the information that I'm going to be telling you is from the research. You can also look it up like on Google Scholar, things like that, which I think is really good too, because I think that the research and the genuine information helps to clarify this. This is, to be honest with you, this is one of my pet peeves that people say.
There's a controversy out there in Canada. It is about food alert. People are angry. And by angry, I mean I just made that up now. We're going to talk about words like food. Because I have with us the creator of a Canadian twist of a game called Wordle. If you haven't played it, the game is called Knuckle, and it features Canadian words in the Wordle style. I have here Rogers. Mark, thanks for joining. Thanks for having me. Love the game. Love the game. Do you want to just recap what it is, even though I just did that? What is Knuckle from your point of view? Absolutely, yeah. You hit it.
You guys just
Canadian style. All of the words are Canada themed and Canada. Right.
Okay, so overall, people with BPD are all psychopaths. That's absolutely not true. There aren't all, right? Right? Because they're all like this, they're all like that, things like that. Okay, we're going to break that down. And we're going to do that by certainly talking about that. We're going to talk about overgeneralization of BPD, as well as colloquial use of the term psychopath. And again, we're going to go into the two factors or facets of psychopathy related to BPD. And then we're going to talk about what can you do about it. If you've kind of internalized this behavior, if you've heard that online, read it online, seen it online, and if you have BPD, I think that would be a really bad position where you're like, well, here's something else that's wrong with me. Let's kind of break it down and let's get into it. Here we go. Like, share, subscribe, see me online, all that other good stuff. And here we go. So first, right, our folks in BPD psychopaths exceptionally rare. Psychopaths are exceptionally rare. Genuine psychopaths are exceptionally rare. In my 20 years of working with various prisons, private practice, working with different individuals across different socioeconomic statuses, different parts of the world, things like that, I've only encountered one genuine psychopath.
So I'm sure they're sharing it with the Florida up there, to be honest, and if you really need some the rest of the other 9 provinces are the top 9, so they're pretty cool that there's some players in the U.S. as well.
Cool. So what? So Canuckle, it sounds a little vulgar. Sounds like it might be a those testicles. Sorry, I didn't mean to be so vulgar. It's late night, Mark. We're allowed to do it. But what were some of the other names that were in that were contenders other than Canuckle?
So there's some big background here. So it was my brother and my brother Jeff, who actually came up with the name Canuckle. But we started to around a couple of names in the beginning. He suggested Mooselo. We really wanted to have Moose in there somewhere. Not Moose Knuckle, but we suggested Mooselo. And then after that, I suggested Beaver.
Oh, that was vulgar too.
Yeah, it's not too bad. But it was more Beaver to sound like Wordle. But that didn't really flow. It didn't really just have the same sort of, nice sound to it. Getting the word A in there was something we really wanted, obviously, as Canadianism. So we thought Wordle A as opposed to Wordle. But it really didn't flow. And my brother suggested Canuckle and
Okay. I have a friend who's a forensic evaluator, and she's been doing forensic evaluations for an exceptionally long time, and she has only identified 2 individuals that were genuine psychopaths. Now, the statistics are about 1 in 150 people, right, that are genuine psychopaths. And if you look in prisons across the world, the higher the security level, you're more likely to find individuals that have or qualify for psychopathy. Not everyone who is a psychopath is in prison, right?
let's come up with
But the complexity of behavior, I think that it has tendency not only of survivors, but of people in the general population community tend to really overgeneralize BPD to only recognize the upper third, which is the top extreme 3% of BPD tends to be what people conceptualize BPD to be. It's serious, right? Because what happens is most of the individuals clients that I have fall into that moderate range. Okay? I've come across reports of individuals that were severe and extreme BPD, and they didn't even qualify for psychopathy. Okay? So the extreme individuals who are working and individuals that I worked with that had psychopathy were not qualified and did not qualify for 1% for BPD. So we have to be sure what we're looking at is the accurate disorder. If we don't know what we're looking at, how do we treat it? And I think that that's part of the problem. If you look at the research, most of the research that's done on incarcerated individuals and BPD and psychopathy is done with incarcerated individuals. There's very few studies that are done on the general population of psychopathy, which are exceptionally hard to find. They tend not to participate in research studies. So what we're looking at is incarcerated in the same area. Very dangerous. course is skewed, right? And from that skewed sample, then you find some samples of those who qualify, your components of psychopathy, components of BPD, and then that research is then conducted. The problem, the big problem that happens is that research, people aren't doing that deep dive, they're not thinking about it. So what they do is they overgeneralize and say, oh, well, everyone is a psychopath. First of all,
started with friends and neighbors and my mom and my aunt who are sharing it with their friends and my sisters and my brother, and it was one of those things where you never really knew how it was going to apply, right? Like obviously the correct word, praise were being praised right now, and it was just the timing was good. And I think the timing of the timing was important, actually, like humor, HUMOR. So a lot of Canadians and folks from the UK and it actually was a really happy coincidence. They ran that on February 9th and we launched on February 10th. And that was not a plan. That was not just to get on top of it. And we launched a Canadian version, but it was a bit of a happy coincidence that that happened. And I think people really jumped on that. They really, really enjoyed the fact that this could be Canadian and it's maybe not Canadian. And actually, one of the words we probably should have called the game was Wordle with you. Like, Wordle would have been not too bad, right?
Yeah, not terrible, not terrible. Are you guys did anyone ever prepare for this level of attention? Have you ever had any experience with media and introducing this kind of stuff?
This is all work to me.
So, hey, you're better than me. Do you want the show?
Amazing in the comedy business. I've watched this a ton as well. So he just recently followed us and said this time was 22 minutes, just tweeted us with a great dad joke. It's been fantastic. I mean, and I'm getting some response from that on Twitter, which is great. Getting a lot of shares, there's a lot of sort of friendly joking around and chirping of people when they get to word in 6. There's a message that comes up that calls them the lucky hoaxer. There's a lot of fun stuff that's happening from Canadian banter. I think they really like that. So
I'm glad you felt it. It's a lot of fun. Let me ask you this. Where can people find you? Hanging out goal and perhaps that follow you on social media online?
Yeah, so the website we have is capitalbeing.ca, and we're in a state of Twitter, we are Capital Being. So you can check us out, share your score. If you want a bit of friendly banter, share with your friends, get right, maybe make sure you find a Twitter account.
Hey, all right, we have just a second here. Any favorite words that you've done since it started?
Well, good question. Definitely a fun one. I can't say I have a favorite word. It's like a favorite child, right? So we've run some favorite words so far. We've got that's all that I can say, so there we go.
Okay, I'm host Tom Rogers. He's the creator of Coming Up Goal. You can play that at coming.ca. Marketing company. Networking Fighters, they post together for an partner of the World Show. How the Killer Box, the life-saving networks experience right this done right. How men and women dealt with the pandemic. Dr. Mitchell is a citizen community. Jody Tuesday with Taylor Green. What you need to know about the real cost of travel right now. That's coming 2020. And our Tuesday morning show, so we prizes tickets to the Philharmonic Orchestra and $100 to spend at CNM Textiles. And your Philharmonic show flying tonight. CJ88. This past year has been challenging with many of us facing unexpected expenses. Lost wages and rising credit card debt. We only will help you for banks for help with your finances. But guess what? Not alone. Millions of Canadians share that feeling with you. And the million Canadians with that help with your tech and still give you the consolidated credit counseling services in Canada. They are one of the counseling organizations in the country with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau. They can help you consolidate your bills into one affordable payment, minimize your interest rates, and get you out of debt fast, no matter how much you This family-owned and operated, having been in service to the community for over 50 years, helping families and loved ones navigate some of life's most difficult outdoor tree planting services, comfortable and spacious visitation and reception rooms, cremation on-site, as well as a unique columbarium that is integrated in their breathtaking chapel. JJ Cargill Funeral Home. Let their family serve your family with understanding, compassion, and integrity. Call 913-631-1511 or visit jjcargill.ca. The wealthy invest differently. The Gary Simpson, partnered with Mandeville Private Clients, preserves and creates wealth for clients by providing access to a diversified suite of public, private, and alternative investment opportunities typically reserved for the wealthy. Land that knows best. Apply accordingly. Mandeville Private Clients Inc. is an investment industry regulatory organization of Canada and a member of the Canadian Investor Protection Fund. This wealthy information unique to being accountable to you, the listener, which is why we participate in the Canadian Broadcast Standards Council. We are committed to upholding the highest standards of broadcast excellence and adhering to the codes of conduct administered by the CBSC. If you are concerned about something you heard on our station, contact us or the CBSC at Post Office Box 3269, Station B, Ottawa, Ontario, A1P 6H8, or visit the CBSC's website, cbsc.ca. Gentlemen, are we having trouble in the bedroom? It can be hard, so to speak, to talk about intimacy issues. Maybe no. Typically, people use terms like cohabitation. When I use it, it's a clinical term. That clinical term is what we want to talk about. There's two factors, one facets, and two very, very serious disorder. It's a very, very complex disorder. And a lot of times, a lot of these individuals, they're like the same concept of people. We're talking about psychopathy. But those that are extreme BPD often have very chaotic lifestyles, right? A lot of times things are often in disarray, things of that nature. Very different. Now, this is why it's so important that we focus on the more content, which I talk about in all of my videos, and service content. More content that BPD individual is because of that lack of connection. It's because of those fears of that's feeling invisible, feeling unheard, feeling disconnected. Your psychopath that the core content is talking about power, confidence. It's often about how it's going to take advantage of others. Often about various stimulations caused in every way. But there are components underneath them, and that's what we're going to get into here. So first, let's talk about factor one. Factor one, okay, and we're talking about facet one, okay, it's interpersonal. Okay, so it's goodness and superficial charm. Goodness and superficial charm. We see it, you're kind of like, yeah, whatever, you know, you put yourself out there, you know, it's trying to get not really good at it, maybe a little bit here and there, but not great. And we put this sense out to connect to others, do things that you want to do, and you want them to do so that you can take advantage of it, so that you can get your name to that. I think that's your psychopath. Now, that's one component. There are several components that you need to know as well. This video is not about diagnosing psychopathy. It's not about diagnosing BPD. This is about just getting an understanding about how this works. And I am your one, perhaps, and only, perhaps, host, David Cooper. We are joined now by our producer, Ben Harrison, our talented guy, and here he is with us every night. David, so happy to be here, and thank you, as always, for hosting. Hey, the pleasure is all mine most of the time, except for when I'm panicked and don't know what I'm doing, but I have a producer who helps get I'm happy to be that guiding light. And Ben, I have a simple question for you. What do you wish you were good at? So much, David. So much. Right off the top of my head, I wish I was better at thinking on my feet. Believe it or not, I'm a very methodical player. I really have occasionally a quick moment of, flash in the hand, brilliance putting together
I wish I was better at that. Yeah, oh, me too. I enjoy trying to be that thing. And a lot of my work, it's attempting to improve on my feet. But in reality, I'm very pessimistic about our quality there. So I'm with you on that. That's not me because you are not. Sorry, we'll keep it short, but oh, I mean, like a lot of things, you know. One of them is I'm just more athletic. I used to be pretty good. I was a competitive teenager. I played basketball through to early high school. But beyond those two sports, I couldn't do anything to save my life. I could throw a ball. I every now and then will go out to Christie Pitt's Park here in Toronto with my buddies and play some catch or hit around a baseball. But I'm not here. I was still my friends and my buddies who are a little bit more athletic, so that's something else that I wish I could improve on. Yeah, over at Christie Pitt's Park. Are you aware of the Christie Pitt's riots in 1933 era? It's a really small world, and that's what I've learned the most over the last few years. And I certainly got that sense talking to him, and it's kind of cool that you guys are both paid by Bell Media or iHeartRadio Canada. Got the same employer, maybe they could, I don't know, fire you both at the same time, promote you both at the same time. Let's hope it's the latter. Yeah, that is the promote. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with all that. But hey, we're in charge. And quickly, is there any one other thing that you wish you were good at? Wish you was good at pictures. Hard, huh? I just have to talk about it forever, man. David better just feel a better listener. Me too. I like Ben Harrison, he's a producer and joins us every night. You guys always a pleasure to have you on our show. David, thank you. Hey, you say that, but the interview was weird. Years later, so it's for this village right now. More than ever, great place for huge movies and lovely series.
And that BPD should not grab on to this idea that, oh, well, I have BPD, I'm a psychopath. Please don't. Please push back against that. That is a misuse of verbal these terms. Okay, so let's go back to that rudeness and superficial charm. So for your BPD, now BPD individuals, they're going to have an array of social engagement skills. Okay, could they have a superficial charm? Maybe out of a need for connection to others. They may engage in promiscuity, right, or in particular behaviors in order to feel attached to others, pull others close to them. At glibness, we're not going to see too much of that. So I think that you're not going to see much of glibness, superficial charm in BPD, whereas you see it in psychopathy. Another facet, interpersonal facet of psychopathy is grandiosity. Now, grandiosity, right, for individuals that fall into that psychopathic category, you're going to see that they often really sort of accentuate their skill, their ability, who they are, what they can do, things like that, because they want to impress you. You know what I mean? But I think on the other side of that, BPD, and then yes, you don't often see that, right? You don't tend not to see individuals with BPD that are like, I'm so great, there's nothing that I can't do, right? And even on the other side of grandiosity, that you may see, which in those BPD is that sort of that grandiose sense of pain, of suffering, where they're like, well, no one suffers as much as I do. No one is lost as much as I am. And I think you may see that. And when we talk about grandiosity, we're talking about the extremes of the expressions of those behaviors. Okay? So grandiosity is very different, very unique in those with behavior exceptionally different, just in my example, right, of those that fall into that psychopathic category as opposed to those that are along the BPD spectrum. Next is pathological lying. Now this is where we may see some sense of connection, right? Which is now your individual who falls in the psychopathic category, they're going to lie to take advantage. They're going to lie to get what they want out of you, usually to fulfill this need. Those with BPD that have a tendency for lying, for misrepresenting themselves, they may engage in that, but it's typically to emotionally connect with others. It is out of this great need to not be alone, to not feel as though they're in the middle of the desert and they have no water to drink, but it's an emotional water, right? And so they are almost starving for that attention. So then they put out these phrases, right? This lying, who they are, and this representation, which lying could also factor into that unstable self-image. They don't really know who they are or what they believe. And that's part of what's causing that confusion. So there's a greater degree of complexity, but when we're just talking about these factors, there is a bit of overlap here, right? That both may engage in pathological lying, but this is why we have to look at the core content, not just get caught in the surface. Oh, pathological lying, check. Here you go. No, there's more to it. These are complex disorders, okay? So we have to look at them from a much deeper place. Next, let's talk about conning and manipulating, right? Now, you can see both of these
again goes with ADD and goes fall into the psychopathic category. Calming and manipulative again goes back to, right, those motivations, those underlying factors for those that are in the psychopathic category. You're going to see that they're doing this again to take advantage of others, power, profit, presenting in a particular way, right? It puts that person close, it puts that person at ease, and then they take advantage of that individual, typically monetarily, sometimes it is physically, right? And then in order to get their particular needs met. And on the other side, for the BP individual, a lot of that manipulative behavior is again to try to pull people close, so they don't feel remembered, so they don't feel rejected, so they aren't abandoned. And it's this internalized fear. And it's this internalized fear of abandonment, rejection, the sense of being unnoticed, unheard, unseen. I think it's again different core contexts, different approaches or goals with that connection. And that's part of it. Even though there are similarities, there's great overlap in what drives it. And that's our facet one of interpersonal. Okay. Also, under factor one, we have interpersonal affective. Now facet two is affected. Okay, so facet two, the first one we're going to talk about is lack of remorse or guilt. Now here I think we've got guilt components here, right? Two as a spectrum. Okay, so here, right, you have your psychopathic individual, right, who falls into that category, and that lack of remorse or guilt they don't care what they take from you. They don't care how much they hurt you. They don't care how much you suffer. They don't care how much you cost. As long as that need for power and profit is fulfilled, and that need for them to feel this sense of power, this sense of control, right, and then getting what they want. They don't feel bad about it at all. Zero. Zilch. Okay? But when we talk about going from BPD, what we're talking about is lack of remorse or guilt. Here, it may seem that way. And I think that sometimes that's surface content, like, oh, they don't care. But on the inside, all the plants that I work with, it's intense, internalized remorse and guilt. Now, they may initially behave in ways that appears as though they're careless, right? That they don't recognize your boundaries. They don't care about your boundaries. They're texting you all the time, calling you all the time, showing up at inappropriate times, things like that. They don't even care. And I think that's part of the pathological components associated with BPD. And it's very different. They may present with a lack of remorse and guilt. However, I have found that they experience intense guilt and remorse about their behaviors, about their drive for self-destruction, about their engagement in these maladaptive patterns that really cause continual upheaval in their life. And the next one, under facet two, we're going to talk about emotionally shallow. Now here, for those individuals that are in the psychopathic category, being emotionally shallow is that there's just not a lot of, water in the pool, right there. And, there's a saying, and I'm nothing derogatory, for example, is that, emotionally deep is a puddle, And I think for those individuals that are psychopathic, that fall into that category, that they just have this emotional shallowness. Like, you get this sense that, something feels wrong. Something doesn't connect here, right? You see the sniffing, right? It's kind of like something smells. It doesn't smell right. Something doesn't feel right? And it's because they don't have that depth of emotions that they can pull from and acknowledge and express in an effective way that's genuine. Because a lot of times they have sort of a warm-off sense of emotional response, whereas those behavior, the other side of that, right, is they have intense emotional reactions, deep emotional reactions, and they're intensive. They are not emotionally shallow in a relationship. They tend to be very emotionally deep. It's just that they have these deep emotions that they get, it's almost like a tsunami of emotions, right? Where you have a puddle for your psychopathic category, but you have tsunami-like emotions for those with BPD, so vastly different. The next one is callous and lack of empathy. Now here again, even though there may be some similarities, they're very different. Now, psychopathic category individual have callousness. They don't care how they hurt you, how they take advantage of you, right? What they do, it's that their parasitic lifestyle, which is an additional component we'll talk about in a moment,
is they don't care that they're using up your resources, that they're eating food in your kitchen, that they're using all the your cable. They got your AC down to 62, and the heat's up to 78. You can't afford your electric bill. They don't care, So they just they're callous and they just don't care. They don't care about the situation you're in, and they don't have that emotional connection to feel that sense of loss. The other side of that is we look at those with BPD, that lack of empathy. I think sometimes they feel this intense sense of empathy. Now, those with BPD can often get confused, right, where empathy comes into play. It's a lot of times because it's a lot of emotions, it's a lot of sort of missing of that being of orientation, right, which is sort of empathy is we kind of know where we are and we feel empathy for someone else and what they're going through. I think for those with BPD, a lot of times I think that they have this confusion. This empathy is that I feel sorry for you, but I feel this sense of loss and I feel this sense of confusion, and it's so intense that they get lost in it, so they don't convey it very well. And again, it's different for everyone. It does depend upon the spectrum of BPD as to where they all go. But I think that what we see is a lot of empathy. It's intense, so much so that they can get lost in it. Very distinct. The next one is failure to accept responsibility for one's own actions. Now, I think here there is some overlap. You're going to have your psychopathic individuals, right, that fall into that category. They're not going to take responsibility for what they do, and they don't care if you suffer. So, too bad for you, right? It's kind of how they feel, and they go on to the next person to take advantage. They continue to go on and engage in these maladaptive patterns that are often very fulfilling for the sense of profit and power that they need in order to fulfill and drive the maladaptive behaviors. And on the other side, failure to accept responsibility for their own actions in BPD, I think we do see that a lot. And I think that we see it very differently. I think that we see that in that a lot of times it's this, again, this emotional turmoil that they get caught in. It's this difficulty to slow down, right, in order to contain those maladaptive patterns, right, in order to recognize their behavior and consequence. And sometimes other individuals fall into that scenario of the consequence, right, where you have to sort of, lack of a better way of phrasing it, pay for the result of that consequence, of that behavior, right? Which is, so, but is it that they do something, right? Maybe, you're at a restaurant and you get into an argument and they get, just really sort of expressive, so they're yelling, screaming, throwing things on the floor, things like that, and then they stomp out, and perhaps this is a common maladaptive pattern, right? Behavior response in this individual, and you're in there. So on your way out, right, you happen to catch your boss, and you see your boss here. Well, here we go again, right? And then you think that, and then so that person, right, they're outside and they're still letting you have it, right? They're still reacting because they're still in that reactive, chaotic, or responsive phase of their initial activation. Okay. So then, typically what happens is eventually, what I have found, and my clients, perhaps you've experienced something differently, is that then, once they're able to settle back able, in order to gain that sense of control, get that sense of insight, get that sense of understanding about what they did, and remember, this is different for everybody, and where they are along their treatment. It's much more complex in BPD than it is in your psychopathic individuals, right? But oftentimes, in the folks that I work with, is that they fear this sense of responsibility because if they take the responsibility, doesn't that justify the other person leading them? So they resist that sense of responsibility. So, but it's sort of paradoxical, right? Which is that if they say, well, if I take responsibility, I'm going to leave people, what happens is if you don't take responsibility, they're probably going to leave you over time. So what they need to do is you need to realize that I have to take responsibility for my behavior, try to contain it, try to control it, so that I can have a better grasp of what's going on around me, so that I can make better choices and use adaptive strategies to control situations. Notice the explanation is vastly different, as well as the presentation. So that's factor one, right? And those two facets are interpersonal and effective. Let's talk about factor 2, which is lifestyle and antisocial. So let's first talk about facet 3, which is lifestyle. And this is need for stimulation and proneness to boredom. Now here in your psychopathic individuals, they are sensation seekers. They do need that level of stimulation, and they do require a greater degree of stimulation in order to reach that level of, let's just call it level of satisfaction, right? Where they get that sense of need that really, okay, I got it. So they need a higher sense, right, of stimulation in order to reach that level of satisfaction. Foods with BPD, they tend not to really have that. They tend to have a very low responsive style. That need for stimulation tends to be very low. In my experience with these individuals, which is that they experience something and it becomes so intensive, right, that they may drive for that sense of stimulation, but that stimulation is more to be okay, to feel connected to someone, to feel heard, to feel recognized. Very different, okay, as opposed to the psychopathic, very different. The next one is parasitic lifestyle. And when we talk about parasitic lifestyle, what we're talking about, these are individuals, right, for your psychopathic category individuals. This is somebody, like, oh, hey, can I sleep on your couch for a few days? And then 4 months later, they're still there. They don't have a job. They're taking complete advantage of you, right? They're turning the air down, they're eating your food, right? They're doing all that stuff. They just don't get it. And they're just taking and eating off you. It's parasitic. With BPD, I think that you could say that there may be an emotional parasitic component, which is that emotionally, right, they're always pulling from you, right? And they're always pulling this sense of emotion from you, this emotional response they need to be okay. But very different, we talk about parasitic lifestyle. Here we tend to have more of items, goods, materialistic issues, as opposed to over here. You could say that it's an emotional parasitic component, but again, because it's the emotional component, I do think that it is inherently different than what that parasitic lifestyle in when we talk about the category associated with factor 2 and the facet of lifestyle is vastly different. So we're talking about there's some similarities there, which is why I think it's important that we contrast the two in this particular one. Now the next one is a lack of realistic and long-term goals. And I think here, sometimes we do see some similarity for those with your psychopathic components, right, that fall into that category. They day by day, right, they're not planning for the future, they don't have 401ks, they're not saving for tomorrow, nothing like that, because, man, they're just limited. What they get my needs met right now, right, to get that high sensation seeking need stimulation satisfied, right, they keep on going, and I don't need to plan for tomorrow because I'm getting this idea that I won't live until tomorrow, so I might as well take advantage of everybody today. Whereas I think those individuals with BPD, I think sometimes there is a lack of realistic and long-term goals, but I think sometimes it's more of a difficulty planning for the future, understanding how to plan for the future. It's a lack of hope. It's these depressive spirals. Sometimes they're very long. They can be very intensive. A lot of times there is, of course, comorbid conditions of major depressive disorder or bipolar 2 disorder that also occur with BPD. That's also very common, right? You don't see that in those that are along the psychopathic category and fall into that category. So it's very different. So that lack of realistic long-term goals means it's a different planning. It's a lack of hope. It's a lack of kind of faith in themselves that they can control their condition, move forward, and succeed. Next is impulsivity. Now, here's where we're going to have some overlap, right? Is that both of these individuals engage in impulsivity, which is that there's an initial activation, right? And they engage in maladaptive behaviors in order to control the situation of what's going on. And they tend to be very maladaptive, very destructive to self and others. So there is some overlap there, okay? Right? And then we have irresponsibility. And I think with irresponsibility, what we look at is, I think, from our lens, sitting here, right, and you're watching the video, you've got your phone, your computer, whatever you want, and you say, well, how could he or she do that? That's irresponsible, right? And then on your psychopathic side, what's going on here? That's irresponsible, right? There is a tendency for both to engage in behaviors that have long-term consequences that are pretty significant and pretty severe. So they can be very destructive. So there is this sense of irresponsibility. But I think the issue with irresponsibility, when you look at your psychopathic category individual here, that irresponsible, they don't care. And they're just like, it doesn't matter to me. Because I'm getting my need met, I'm getting what I want out of this, and that's all there is to it. And I'll do whatever I gotta do to get that need met. So, whereas I think that irresponsibility that goes along the BPD spectrum becomes very much about poor planning. Again, a lack of hope. Again, a lack of being able for self-containment. That a lot of those maladaptive patterns, realizing they control their behavior, realizing that if you engage in behavior A, the consequence of B is pretty severe. So because this irresponsibility, but not because of the lack of not caring, which I think is your psychopathic category individual, but that irresponsibility of being sort of lost and being sort of caught in this sense of confusion and misdirection. So I think in some ways that there is that sense of confusion, but they do both, you know, I mean, we just got to call it that there is this sense of irresponsibility that we may see in both. Again, I think that it presents very differently, and the factors are also very different as well. Like, there is some similarities there. And then next, let's talk about basket 4, which is antisocial. And the first one here is poor behavioral control. Now, both of these individuals are going to show poor behavioral control, right? Your psychopathic category individual has a high tendency to be violent, could be passive aggressive, depending on their ability of self-control about what they can see in others and who they can take advantage of. So how socially skilled are they, right? That's your psychopathic individual. Or behavioral control being for your individual on the BPD spectrum. But again, I think that is more to a factor on impulsivity or irresponsibility. But that more behavioral control is that it is this old maladaptive default behavior pattern that they fall into that is highly destructive. But they are driven to learn more effective ways of managing it and having a greater sense of control. Where your psychopathic category individual doesn't care. They don't care enough to participate or try to control it or anything like that. I don't care. The next one is early behavioral problems. Now, a lot of folks with BPD don't have early behavioral problems in their history. Now, they may have emotional problems early on. Whereas your psychopathic individual, oftentimes they have callous and unemotional traits that are peppered throughout their history as well. Maybe they drugged the babysitter and they took advantage of the babysitter. Maybe they were killing cats. Maybe they were killing birds. Maybe they were engaging in all of this early behavior problems in school, right? There's the fights and bullies and taking advantage of others and things like that. But you don't see those with BPD. They don't have those typically in their history. Okay. Next, juvenile delinquency. Again, go back to your BPD individuals are unlikely to have that. Now, they may have some, again, emotional issues, whereas along your psychopathic categories, they're going to have those callous and emotional traits, right, which drive them into these really aggressive behaviors, taking advantage of others, right, being destructive of others, property, taking advantage of others, in extreme, very intensely, some often violent in some cases, behaviors. Whereas for those BPD, again, they tend not to have it. Revocation of conditional release. Now, this is facet 4, antisocial. Again, it's unlikely that you're going to Now, that doesn't mean that some aren't. And I think when we go higher up the BPD spectrum, you may see some of those antisocial behaviors. We're not talking about antisocial personality. We're talking about the extreme of antisocial personality disorder or traits, and that is your psychopathic category. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about the extreme here. There are individuals, right, that I think they are fledgling sort of BPD kids that later on, as they get older, they are going to have BPD. They do have a tendency for acting out. They do have a tendency for violence, and they have some of these issues. But again, it's going to be more emotionally driven than it is about power, profit, destruction, taking advantage of others. So there's a distinctive drive here. If they have been into sort of a Judy, right, juvenile detention, something like that, where they are on a conditional release, something like that, they are likely to revoke that conditional release, particularly and much more so if they have this callous emotional traits and they are certainly falling into that psychopathic category, whereas those BPD do not. And lastly, criminal versatility. I think that you're not going to see that with BPD. You're not going to see that level of sort of sophistication, I think, lack of a better word, that you see in your psychopathic category individual who is taking advantage of others, who is learning to become a better criminal, who is learning to become much more threatening, much more risk-taking in the way that they take advantage of others, and the severity in which they do that. Whereas those with BPD, if they do get incarcerated, it tends to be more along sort of the mainstream, right, of, maybe they commit a crime, or maybe it's federal, state, whatever it may be. They commit that crime, but they tend not to have a lot of different crimes in the past. They all tend to be related and under one similar umbrella, whereas your psychopathic category individual is much more likely to have that criminal risk. It could be theft, right? Could be sexual assault, could be computer crimes. Of course, I think a lot of psychopathic individuals are much more likely to have a hands-on approach or aggression to that acting out because of that need for stimulation. So we've gone over factor 1, factor 2, and the 4 facets that all you need. And I think that it's really, really important that as you go through this, that you hear those differentiations. Yeah, there's some overlap, but these are two distinctive personality types. Very, very distinctive. And I think that it does all of us a disservice, particularly those in mental health field, for those that are trying to get mental health, to inappropriately throw them all together and to say, well, people with BPD, they're also psychopaths. I think it does everyone a disservice. And I want to encourage you to resist, watching stuff like that, to resist internalizing those false narratives, right? Those false descriptors and things like that. And that BPD is a treatable disorder. Psychopathy is not. And you can look at the research, and the research over and over again shows psychopathy is not a treatable disorder. Okay? Regardless of that, BPD is a good prognosis diagnosis. And if you fall on the BPD spectrum, do not internalize that term of psychopathy equates to BPD, because that is a fallacy and absolutely not true. But I hope that you found this video helpful. Like, share, and subscribe. And I wish you all the best. Please take care. Thank you. Bye-bye.
So what do you make of how Biden has handled this so
Hi, my name is Dr. Dan Fox. I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Texas and an expert in the area of personality disorders. And I'm getting a lot of requests to do a video about what partners, parents, and children can do for those in their life that have borderline personality disorder or that have borderline personality disorder traits. So I thought that I would make this video to give 3 suggestions to helpful tips.
Fucking melting shit.
Rise up.
Please calls. It's time to submit your claim. Have you attended an Indian?
We have welcome meet satirist author, also very recently back in tonight.
Also unemployed.
Unemployed, yeah. So Lee, tell us what happened. Why are you unemployed? Let's just start from the beginning.
Yeah, I co-created, hosted, and was the head writer of Reactions Tonight for the past 8 years, doing 300 and something like 70 episodes. And in the span of a matter of hours, RT America, where my show was hosted, was shut down, ending plenty of other wonderful shows like Jessica Ventura's show, Chris Hedges, and it was instantaneous. They gave us very little information. I'm assuming there's really only two possibilities, even though the mainstream media articles about it are not proposing these. But it seems pretty obvious that it was either literally the Justice Department or whatever government agency saying you're done, get out of here, or sanctions that were designed to make it literally a crime for RT America to continue to operate. So, possibly the executives at RT America were suddenly under risk of arrest. But those are the only two things that I can look at that would, and you know, I know it's not info, but those are the only two things I can imagine would cause instantaneous shutdown. Anything else, like, oh, they got dropped from this platform or that platform, that might hurt them, but it's not going to cause instant shutdown.
Okay, so it's not just that, oh, we're not going to be able to make money because no one's carrying this anymore. You think that it was something more like severe.
To me, that makes no sense. I mean, for one thing, they had plenty of money to operate for several months, even if they brought in zero new money. And then beyond that, they had a bustling online presence. Like, they would have continued to be seen by millions of people. And also, if it were like, oh, we've got a staffing shortage,
and we don't have enough money, they probably would have cut back to just RT News or something. But there was none of that. It was just everything is gone instantly. And so the only thing that would ever contact would be a fear of the executive being arrested or literally just the Justice Department saying they're shut down. This has been a steady, ongoing project across America. The numbers of my show and all of the shows have been suppressed online for 4 years, and Trump got into office 4 or 5 years, and then we were labeled with writers all over us. Oh my God, there's something to do with Russia. It was just crazy. It was garbage. I was set about 3 platforms in the span of 3 days. My YouTube videos of Redacted Tonight were banned throughout Europe and UK. My show was gone, and on top of that, my personal podcast, Moment of Clarity, was deleted from Spotify.
A lot of people are saying we're celebrating something that saying that it's propaganda that comes out of RT America. No one really can defend the idea that it's state media in a way that like CBC isn't, right? Because CBC and BBC, they don't have state like Canadian media or British media. What people say that there's no defend election, but I have pretended on my show, and he wrote a piece and has said on his show that what he did was illegal and unjust. And he actually convicted.
And as have I on my show and on my videos. I didn't get many videos that dealt with the Ukraine crisis because we were already taping before it happened, and then we were canceled before I could address it. So there was very little I got to talk about the Ukraine crisis. But I also give context to what's going on in the situation. How NATO has expanded over the years. How there are literally Nazi emblems like rockets on their helmets involved in the Donbass region. And giving context, if people think giving context is somehow justifying, that's utter nonsense. We should be intelligent. We should understand the context of these issues. I can give context for why Martin Luther King was murdered. That doesn't mean I'm justifying the murder of Martin Luther King. Right? The idea that gives an understanding of the whole situation, and that the U.S. has created a military alliance that is pushing on to them, that doesn't mean I'm defend or killing of anybody. And I was able to say that on RT America. I was never censored. I was never told what to say. I was never told not what to say. I've never been censored at RT America. And other people who have worked at multiple networks, they worked at Ben Folds worked at CBS, Fox News, and one other low, NBC, and then RT. And he said by far the network where he had the most freedom to speak was RT America.
Right, right. One of the few things with the Ryan Martinez more sensitive, that's the industry.
It's a level of media production that is just unheard of. People, pouring projects in the streets and stuff. This is garbage nationalism beyond just the current conflict. The idea that everyone is their nation is just stupid. It's jingoistic, nationalistic garbage. We are not all the same people. There are a lot of people that love Donald Trump that I don't consider people that I would like to hang out with. But supposedly, I'm supposed to defend everything Biden and the U.S. military does because I'm American. The idea that every Russian is likable, and it's a level of ignorance that is impressive.
What kind of experiences do you have at RT America? What are the types of things that you like the content you're providing, or on your show or other shows that now are not going to have a home unless the show is picked up elsewhere?
Oh my God, so many of the issues that I brought up on Redacted Tonight, which I like the irony of Redacted Tonight finally being ended by being redacted. But
today,
the number of issues I'm able to bring up that are just unheard of in the mainstream media is attacks by corporate America, the horror show that is actually farming, climate change, even though it's mentioned by mainstream media, it's very little. If you look at the actual number of minutes of coverage by mainstream media, it is tiny. The fact that the U.S. does electricity many levels. $21 trillion that the money comes for adjustments in our Pentagon, a number that no one can fathom. The 6 million, that's what the latest estimate, 6 million dead from our war on terror over the past 20 years. These are some things I think we cover briefly on Redacted tonight. Many of the issues that get this highlight, like the Dow chemical spill or Chevron oil spill in Ecuador, and Stephen Donziger and Assange. So many topics I was able to highlight on a weekly basis on Redacted tonight. They get essentially zero money-based media because they don't fit with corporate America, which is corporate America owns our government essentially. So they don't fit with state market talking points, and so they are not seeing money-based media. So like you said,
Well, like you had called out things that the alleged government that you called your channel was not like here. But the other thing we don't talk about is that there's no dissent here. When you go to the war in Iraq. And there is, I actually find it, like, I find in some ways it's much more, it's sort of like refreshingly straightforward when you have a news channel that's associated with the state government because it's very clear what, to the extent that there are, right? Maybe like
I say for the news vision, I'd say that's true. The RT says we are, they at least used to say we are the perspective of the world. As we used to say, I mean, I think they've covered it up since, but you used to say we're the British perspective of the world. And that's how you should view their news department. I think the opinion shows like mine and Jesse Ventura, you should take the seats for ourselves and figure out what we stand for.
right? But you don't have, this is the, Raytheon view. This is what you're really getting when it comes to corporate television, right?
Good evening, welcome to APTN National News. I'm Dennis Moore. We begin in Ukraine. The key city of Kherson has been captured by Russian forces. The city of 250,000 people is an important port of the Black Sea and the Niger River. Images from the last few days from Kherson have begun to trickle in on social media, including the presence of many tanks and soldiers. Last night, the mayor said troops have forced their way in and have focused on curfew on residents. Today, the regional governor says on Twitter that Russian forces have occupied the administration building. In 1 week now, since Russian troops began the invasion of Ukraine, since then, more than 1 million people have fled the war from the country.
Now you're safe.
This is the scene at shelters and border crossings as Ukrainian families flee safety. UN officials say the speed and scale of the exodus is an international crisis. Residents desperate to escape the shelves and bombs of crowded train stations looking for safe passage. Now they determine where they're heading by feeling at least a monetary sense of movement.
I haven't slept enough when there was a tough time across the border, the whole trip. But right now, I'm really relieved and excited because I know that I'll be safe here.
The agency says as many as 4 million people could leave Ukraine, and even that is conservative best. The second round of talks between Russia and Ukraine have ended with no break. Delegations met face to face again in Belarus, both sides discussed humanitarian corridors and agreed to more talks. But Ukrainian officials say they didn't get what they were hoping for when it comes to a ceasefire. Ukraine's president Volodymyr Zelensky had got a hero of his people and around the world was challenging Russian President Vladimir Putin to sit down for negotiations.
It's not about I want to talk. I think I have to talk with Putin. The world has to talk with Putin because Trump and other ways to stop this war. That's why I have to.
We'd like to reaching out the ongoing invasion of Ukraine as I continue the conversation. You can send your emails to news@aptn.ca or you can comment on our website at aptnnews.ca. You can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and TikTok. Follow APTN News to join the conversation and see our latest stories. In other news, Saskatchewan, 2 Prince Albert police officers will stay off the job after being called. So there's two sides there. I do want to let you know that in this episode of this, I'm going to go through what happens, what I'm doing, what my plans are, and also in a few minutes I'm going to talk about what I think is the most sensitive side of this war in Ukraine. Just because it seems so important that we're going to throw that in there as well. But so that's what's coming up. Also, you'll see at the bottom here, I have a Patreon I just put together, patreon.com/WakeCamp. I'll talk more about that in a minute. But, so, in terms of what happens, many people are theorizing. So, for those of you who don't know, it wasn't just my show, it's all of RT America was shut down essentially instantaneously. This past Wednesday, they stopped programming. The managers just told us there'd be no programming on Wednesday. Then it goes actually back with the news, with essentially just Ventura calling it. And then the following day, Thursday of this past week, they told everyone that it was all over and we were all let go. And this went for not just the faces of the shows I just listed, but of course all the staff, all the crew. We're talking well over 100 people in multiple bureaus, DC being the main one. And yeah, they don't give us any details. I don't know if there's legal reason behind that, or they just chose not to, but for whatever reason, there are no details that we can give us. Now, when we were theorizing, of course, the mainstream media fucking drilled. It's hilarious, because if you're a fucking journalist, even of the shittiest outlet, you should care when other journalists, and I get my show, the comedy show, but there's also all journalists in RT America will fire as well. If you're a journalist, you should defend other journalists. You should want to see that their job is protected, that their ability to work is protected. So right there, the fact that there is no excuse, like, honestly, I dare someone to find an article from mainstream media. I think that might have run Politico that vaguely said RT America shouldn't be shut down. But our mainstream media is a pack of corporate shill sacks of shit. I don't think we have pack and a sack at the same time. They are. And they're not defending any support. They're just going to the streets. Yay, we shut down the people. We shut down the really one of the only outlets that shows how bad we are. We're not saying it's about it, but they're bad at their job because they're not actually trying to do real reporting. They're trying to do essentially pro-corporate propaganda. Since corporations own the U.S. states, it's U.S. state propaganda as well. So yeah, there's no defense from the corporate mainstream media. But so all of this, all these people let go, released all in one day. And there's a lot of theorizing in the mainstream media that this happened because RT just lost their platform, basically lost their funding in a way, the distribution networks, and therefore, oh well, they just couldn't keep operating. I think that's utter horseshit. I think very surprised that never proved true. Because, so yes, DirecTV and Roku both dropped RT America this past week before the shutdown, and those were two of their main outlets. But there were many places you could still get RT America. They had a very successful online platform called Works.tv, and there's plenty of places you can still watch RT America. So I could be shocked. Just like, we're not on DirecTV anymore. Fuck it all. Everyone will. It doesn't even make any sense. The reason the mainstream narrative to me was, of course, that narrative is because that basically said, well, it was a free argument. There was a free argument told them that we don't want RT America anymore, which, again, of course, so, if it wasn't that, then what was it? Well, was it staffing? Staffing switched to RT America. But I get why some staffing, they're all Americans, by the way. I mean, there were some people money that was put in RT America, but for the most part, I'm talking about Americans working in the detail of RT America. Some quit, and I understand why, because many people are not. I understood why I was at RT America. I was at RT America to do a comedy show for Redacted Tonight, where I had complete free reign, said whatever I wanted, was never censored, and I'm anti-imperialist. Sorry, just am. I'm anti-war. Sorry, that's reality. And so, this was the only network, at least on a large scale, that would ever allow me to do those things. At least that I've seen so far. You know, maybe one will have some sort of change of mind. But it was the only one that existed. And so that's why I was there. So I was very clear on why I was there. I understood why I had a show there. Whereas you had a lot of staff there that weren't political at all. They weren't anti-imperialists. They weren't anti-capitalists. They weren't anything. You know, like other Americans, not strongly political. They maybe had vague opinions. And so for them, in the midst of just a massive propaganda war by our mainstream media, they're getting nervous and they're hearing from their families, oh my God, you're working for the dirty, dirty Russians in the middle of all this Russophobia and everything. And so,
Shortly after creating a profile on OkCupid.com, local man Malcolm Lighty, a person with severe psychological and emotional issues, told reporters he thought it was best to just never mention the fact there was something seriously
Hello, the internet, and welcome to another episode of the Spit Take. My name's Jack O'Brien. I'm the editor-in-chief of Craft, and many famous people are defined by what they can't do as much as what they can. Claude Monet's eyes lost the ability to focus, and he invented impressionism. Based on their movies, you'd never guess that the height of most male movie stars prevents them from riding most rides at Disneyland. They use their careers and big boxes to overcome the literal shortcoming that's been their whole life. Sometimes the things celebrities can't do are so weird, it's kind of impressive they've been able to function normally in society enough. Many did super babies, as we call them in Hollywood, playing a version of Sherlock Holmes who had 1,000 fully articulated thoughts racing through his mind at any given second. There's one simple word that the real many of the next can't articulate, no matter how much time you give. This was come together from a BBC documentary about the South Pacific by YouTube user Grant Hughes, and it's mind-numbing.
These men are still like groups paired penny. So why are these woodlands so attractive to penguins?
Now, it's important that you understand, those are the takes they went with after the director gave up. Those are the best ones. There was a 30-minute long real-world rendition of that scene from Hail Caesar where Rick Fiennes goes back and forth with the cowboy trying to get him to deliver the line.
Would that it was, would that it was the same. Would that it was the same. Would that it was the same.
Why do you say that? Why do you say true?
But with the director saying, all right, penguin, and Cumberbatch saying, panlons, pain legs, that's what I said, because penguin and penguins were the closest they got all day. He finally got it right on the Graham Norton show after explaining his performance on the documentary like this.
I got it wrong repeatedly in the documentary. It wasn't a documentary about said animal.
Yet somehow it annoyingly makes him more charming. I love Kanye West's music. I find him endlessly fascinating as a performer. But if I could have one of his gifts, it would be his complete inability to feel awkwardness. See, a lot of the stuff people can't wave away as craziness. It's actually just a dude who can like stare you in the eyes and be like, hold on, I didn't like your video as much as Beyonce. Beyonce's video was much better. Here.
I'm really happy for you. I'm finished. But Beyonce had one of the best videos of all time.
That was like even a experience in illustration of this video taken by Complex News anchor Taylor Dia from the same couple. For context, the total gimmick was that Kanye performed the whole show on a stage that covered around the stadium like a slow motion magic or being on the floor felt like being in the universe and being up above was equally cool. But on the night in question, midway through the show, he just said, "Turn the lights on, the show's over, I can't let y'all have a show where I can't perform, I'm sorry." Now, I'm the sort of person who wouldn't cut a date short if I was actively bleeding to death under the table. I would just die quietly with my eyes held open to avoid seeming rude, but Kanye stops the show because he can't go 100%, and I think everybody got their money back, so what happens is truly amazing. Whether he realized it or not, he decided to cancel the show at the complete other end of the stadium where it just takes that slow motion ride that has thousands of increasingly so Ariana could hide her right side and show off her left. Now, the fact that she has a right side to her face would seem like something Ariana would want out there, being something she has in common with all but her most unfortunate fans. But Equinox Research Squad was able to uncover a couple of photos of Grande with her right side showing, and whoa, that clump of seaweed and shower drain spunk appears to have eyes. And obviously she was crazy on both sides, which kind of makes the whole thing suffers from a mild case of dyspraxia, a disorder that affects handwriting, shoe tying, and other fine motor skills. They kind of misfire and go off at different times when he blinks, which I feel bad makes fun of because it's technically a condition, but not too bad because there's no need to be ashamed of one's blinking prowess. My wife can't blink, and watching her try is one of the most adorable / hilarious things I get to do on a regular basis. She can do it. Let's check out this video put together by crime writer Eric Durham. Oh, gross. Stop that. No, that's bad. You got a demon or something, man. You need to get that fixed, Rob. Alright, quick lightning round. Thanks to last year's Oscars, we all know Nicole Kidman can't clap. Wait till you see her try and run. The daughter from Gilmore Girls forgot how to hold things between the end of the show and the beginning of the Netflix movie. No actors know how to type. But the granddaddy of them all. Apparently, to get admitted to the Screen Actors Guild, you need to first prove to them that you can't throw a baseball worth of shit. You ever notice how celebrities who reveal themselves to be human monsters in old age can't seem to figure out how to use YouTube? Probably not, since despite their ultra huge fame, only like a few people have watched Bill Cosby or Donald Trump's YouTube channel. And there's actually a really good reason they don't understand just how anything on YouTube works. Like Cody pointed out in his video about Trump's blog, for being the most famous person in the world, someone who just used social media to hijack Western civilization. It's weird, so many of Trump's videos have like no views, although it's easy to understand why nobody gives a shit about it. But first of all, it's buried on the Trump Organization YouTube page under hot playlists like Trump International Realty, Trump The Next Generation, and Star Trek reference nerds, Trump Donald Trump Jr., which only has like 3 videos, and then one helpfully named just Trump. The playlist from the desk of Donald Trump contains 66 nearly identical videos of Trump at his desk in niche place takes on subjects I'm pretty sure nobody even gave a shit about at the time, like Ryan Seacrest getting
security guard that was standing to the right. He ought to be fired immediately. And I only wish that the security guard that allowed it all to happen, number one, gets fired, and number two, go to school, learn about being security. You don't know, man.
Thus ends Donald Trump's brief but memorable attempt to make "You don't know, man" his next hit catchphrase. Later on in that same video, we get to witness another staple of his love. Donald Trump asks himself questions and pretends other people are asking him.
A lot of people are asking me about the Academy Awards.
Bizarrely, he used this fake question not as an opportunity to talk about the Oscars, like the fake people are demanding, but to claim that he heard the Vanity Fair after party was boring.
I hear that the absolute worst party of the evening was the Vanity Fair party.
Because he's a man of the people. And also, he didn't get invited because he wouldn't be caught dead at the party. And they know. It was boring, and people were sleeping, and probably all wondering why he wasn't there. Anyways, that's just one of the more popular of 66 nearly identical videos on this blog, which, since Cody made fun of it, has mostly been made private. Weird. The least popular video that's still public is Trump pretending people are asking him questions about who good presidents are in China.
One of you have asked, when was the last time we had a leader, a real leader in Washington? Another person asked, what are the long-term liabilities if we continue to allow China to do what they're doing to this country?
It's been viewed fewer times than Trump's tweets in a day because it was released at a time when nobody gave a shit what he thought about the presidency or international relations. A stark reminder of how quickly a nation can lose its mind. Hey, speaking of losing your mind, Bill Cosby seems to think YouTube's some manner of phone. Here he is without any context whatsoever, quietly saying yes, and then announcing the video is over 11 seconds later. Presumably when YouTube didn't answer, or because we just wanted another issue. Hey, look, another one.
Well, sir, here's my face. And to the time.
The title of that video? Here's my face, and it's in Italian too. Yes, those sure are the words you said. Hey, was that a bad dream? I can't have a bad dream to put them on YouTube yet, can I? So yeah, it's not really clear what Bill Cosby thinks YouTube is. Some places he seems to think it's a phone, others it seems like he thinks it's just where you go to read out of context punchlines and Garfield comics. Either way, before any more of our celebrities get much older, we should check their YouTube channel, because YouTube blindness is apparently a symptom that they'll turn out to be historic villains in a third-act plot twist. I don't know why those two things are related, but as a wise man once said,
You don't know, man.
yeah, I already said I didn't know. It's just not a very versatile picture.
Hey, thanks for watching that video. If you want to subscribe, hit that big C in the middle, and if you want to watch more videos, hit one of the 2 boxes on the right. Also, don't forget to hit the notification bell icon below so YouTube will notify you when we get new videos that you can watch.
It's mostly known for informative and hard-hitting segments like this one.
Police say one of the masked suspects, armed with a handgun, got out of his car, walked up to the victim's window, pointed the gun right at her.
Domestic abuse has long been thought to affect some 3 billion women in the U.S. each year. But a new study from the National Research Center for Women and Families indicates that rates of domestic abuse have now dropped to zero.
We appreciate everyone's concern, but domestic abuse just isn't the problem we once thought it was.
According to the report, cases previously mistaken for domestic abuse had other perfectly understandable explanations, such as creaky staircases. At the National Research Center's semi-annual conference yesterday, the researchers are so confident in their findings that they denied a grant from the Oregon Department of Social Services to do a follow-up report.
I don't think it's any useful oversight. There's no domestic violence. Everyone should just follow the business. Contrary to our preconceptions, most women are very happy. Now our only doors are closing.
Next, a kid wins the Honolulu Cliff Diving Championship.
CPTSD are two disorders that have many restrictions to their because of this disorder. Given that the two disorders are treated very differently. So to help them better understand the differences between the two, your personal responsibility. What is it? What are the personalities? Is that cluster in many cases, this disorder develops out of traumatic events, usually
In comparison, the sulfide density induced with frequency space remains the same or consistent with negative rate or difference. Number 2. People with CPTSD usually do not have the same fear of abandonment. Fear of abandonment is often a mental condition, but it manifests differently too. For BPD, this fear of abandonment can lead to frantic efforts to avoid it, when they attempt numbers, or even cut them out of their rational thinking. Compared to it, people with CPTSD will struggle with control, avoiding things. People with CPTSD are less likely to suicide. People with BPD are usually less inclined to control their thoughts, are more typically slow and while suicide is one of them is different. Those with BPD, those involved in similar action. BPD is also a natural association with suicidal actions and those with Number 3. With CPTSD, we are more likely to avoid relationships. People with CPTSD are more likely to avoid relationships because of ways that are others of them. Some people with BPD have a higher tendency to fear being alone or trying to find opportunities with other people, like identifying or self-expression. Those with BPD often do that to avoid rejection, whereas those with BPD will do so will follow very different treatment or have different positive implications. To them it's very hard. Also be sure to acknowledge the other person. And don't feel like motivation happens with the
The world is complicated potential. You will see it very differently. The way you structure your understanding is you make assumptions about things. Simplifying assumptions. If you trust someone, you reduce their complexity massively. Let's say we were married, and there's a whole bunch of ways that you're going to act that are going to be simple. Okay, so then I can tolerate being around you because I'm simple. Everything at once. Now, we'll simplify.
There we go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the show. Thank you so much for joining me. Sorry, my mic was muted. I am here
on my own today because my producer Israel, he had a family emergency, so he couldn't be here tonight to join us on the live stream. So I'm operating everything on my own, and things aren't going to be as fancy, but that's okay. We will survive. Welcome back. Welcome back to you. Welcome back to me. I have been gone for a while, right? I've been MIA. I'm really sorry about that. I will be here consistently from now on. So more consistently, regularly. So what happened was I went on vacation, and I came back from vacation, and then I didn't want to come back from vacation. So I wasn't ready to get started again. And so I sort of took a mental vacation a little bit, and I wasn't really motivated to work, and I didn't really want to pay attention to politics or the news, and I was just feeling very blah. And many of you know I've been wanting to, and I kind of talked about it, and I thought I was going to launch a show that was not political because I am feeling very politically trained. But in trying to conceptualize a new show and come up with a new show that wasn't going to be political, I just got that even caused me more stress and anxiety, and I felt trained trying to do a second show. It's hard paying attention to just one set of topics, let alone adding to that. So I don't know. In the future, I mean, look, I came out of not doing politics. I did an entertainment style show in the past. I would love to do another one. So I'm not going to rule it out. I just don't know when I might be doing something like that. Maybe I'll mix it in. Maybe I'll try to figure it out to where maybe one day a week I just chit chat with somebody who's not political. Maybe we talk about other stuff that's in the news. It's not politics based. I don't know. So I came back from my vacation feeling like I needed a mental vacation. And then I ended up getting asked by The Hills Rising to fill in for Ryan Grimm for the week because he went on vacation. And so I went, and I've been doing that this week. That's what I was doing. So if you tune into The Hill and you watch The Rising this week, then you'll see my face all week long. So that's what I was doing. And that was a really interesting and exciting experience, to be honest with you. They have a big production, a lot of people involved. So it was really cool to see how that show operates, how they put it together. And that was really one of my interests in one of my interests in going on that show, was trying to figure out how to do that. You know, they do such a great show. So that being said, the first thing I want to address, I want to clear the air. I want to get it out there. I want to be honest with you guys. Why did I go and why was I appearing on corporate media? The Hill, as you know, is corporate media. It's not independent media. I have criticized the fact that it is corporate media in the past. I criticized Crystal and Soccer, believing that they were not independent journalists because they were not. And I even maybe I believed, like many of you believe, that if you're on media, they control what you say. So there's things you can and cannot say when you're on corporate media. And that was always my big beef but that's been my beef with corporate media. That's the beef that many of us have. Some people seem to get away with saying whatever they want on corporate media, like Tucker, but he's one of the few that kind of seems like they can just kind of get away with saying whatever they want. I think Laura Ingraham says a lot of what she wants to. Maybe Shania. On Fox, they seem to just get away with saying whatever they want. Then again, they probably think people on CNN get away with saying whatever they want. Maybe those people do say what they want. Maybe it's just not what we want, right? Maybe that's the truth. But certainly corporate media has, the downside of corporate media is they have advertisers, they have maybe investors, and they can't upset these people. And because of that, they modify their narratives, they modify their content in order to appease the people that are in their inner circle. They don't want to piss people off. That has always been my criticism of media, and still is my criticism of corporate media. So why then would I go and be on corporate media? Good question. Well, I actually contacted them, and I asked them if I could guest co-host the show. And the reason I did that was because I saw that they were having this rotating cast of hosts. I don't know, maybe they've settled on Ryan and Emily at this point, I'm not sure, but for a while they were having this rotating kind of hosts. And I thought, I'm really interested in seeing how they do this. I had watched that show since before Soccer was on that. I actually have been paying attention to that show from the beginning of that show. I was probably one of their few only watchers. In the very beginning, they attention to it. I was interested because I was wanting to get into the independent media space, and I was seeing. But the frustrating thing about getting into the independent media space is I was seeing these companies like The Hill, and there was another one, Cheddar, that I was paying attention to, and there have been a few that were going into the new media space, right? So they were companies, but they were producing shows for new media. And I wanted to, I was following a lot of those shows to find out how are they doing it? Is this something I can maybe pull off? And in my time of thinking about that, and before I even got on YouTube, I became pretty discouraged actually watching those shows. I would watch Crystal and Buck Sexton, I would watch Cheddar, I'd watch these shows, and I'd get discouraged because I think, hey, I can't compete with these big corporate media companies with all of this money. They put together these big productions, they have sets, they have teams of people, they have producers, they have camera and lighting and sound people. They've got the whole 9 yards, and I don't have that. I'm just one person, and I'm not independent or wealthy. So, at the time, especially, I had quit my radio job, and I was quite frankly, I was Uber driving. So I was not going to be able to afford to put together something, some big production. But I still paid attention to those shows. And then finally, I just my dad started showing me, because my dad was a big watcher of all of these independent.
Oh, baby, I'm sorry. Are you there?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm fucking sorry. I'm sorry. Come here. Come here. Okay, Dom. It's pillows. There's pillows behind you.
So, I encouraged me media space on my own in a bedroom. I set up in a bedroom. I borrowed a bedroom in my uncle's house. I wasn't using, and I set up my camera, and I bought a table, and I bought a fabric backdrop that looks a lot like this, which is a no longer fabric. And I turned on my camera, and I started making videos, and that is what many of you saw back in January of 2019. And to my surprise, the show really grew and did really well. And many of us were happy to be riddled of the shackles of corporate media. So it was really, really refreshing and wonderful to launch a show in the independent media space. And then, these other big kind of media companies that were putting together these media shows, they weren't really doing all that well in the independent media space. So they weren't threatening. Independent media still had the grip on the audience. But what we noticed shortly after I launched my show in January of 2019, in May of 2019, I believe the owner was in May of 2019, there was the many of us began talking about how suddenly our suggested traffic, when we do suggested videos on YouTube, we used to account for 30% of our traffic, 40% of our traffic, really bringing in lots of big audience and big numbers. We suddenly dwindled down to like 8%, and instead, YouTube had started funneling in CNN, Fox, MSNBC. I'm sure you remember this. They started to, in the suggested videos, rather than getting all these independent media viewers, you instead started getting mainstream media videos. And that was upsetting a lot of us in independent media. We thought, oh my gosh, this is our traffic revenue, this is how we build audiences, and now you're, instead of suggesting independent media, you're suggesting establishment corporate media. Great. So many of us started to see our numbers go down. We weren't growing as fast. The traffic wasn't as good as it was. And then, YouTube kept doing these things, and it's been an alarming shift where it was obvious that they were pushing corporate media and they were pushing independent media out. So my beef with, although I still enjoyed the show and watched it, which was Hills Rising, I would watch it, and then I would feel fear, and I would get really upset because I think, oh my gosh, this is when Sagar joined the show. And when Sagar joined the show, he kind of came right at the right time. Crystal and Sagar, I think, have really good chemistry. The two of them I like Buck. Buck's a nice guy. But Crystal and Saga are just magical together versus Buck and Crystal. Yeah. So, no offense. So, but then at the same time, also, it was the Democratic, it was the primary. So that was a really great time to make a change. And it was a really great time to get, rather than a real traditional conservative, it was actually a really good time to get in a populist type guy like Saga. So when that shift happened, their show exploded, and it really took the independent media audience by storm. Punk was the independent media, and we're already feeling, many of us were already seeing the writing on the wall, which was that YouTube was clearly trying to favor corporate media over independent media, and that we were feeling this sort of existential threat that we were going to be shoved out in favor of corporate media, and then suddenly we see this corporate media entity come along, really good show, and suddenly all of these viewers of the independent media started watching instead corporate media, and that to me was like, oh my god, if they're successful, then CNN is going to come along with an independent, MSNBC is going to come along, and Fox is already kind of doing that, but they have a Fox Nation, so they're already starting to do this, trying, but I don't think they put it on YouTube. That's their own kind of paywall thing. That was the exact criticism I had of the show, because I thought, oh my god, this isn't independent media, this is corporate media. Does everybody see what's happening here? That it's one thing if it's CNN or MSNBC, audiences knew that, they figured that out, they would skip those videos. But when it was a show that looked independent, it was still corporate, oh my god, okay, I mean, that's it. For independent media, we're toast. So that was my criticism. And then, of course, I agree with Crystal probably 98% of the time on things. Where I didn't agree with Crystal in the pandemic, I did not agree with, and this is what really made me a little suspicious, that I thought, well, for sure they're being told what to say, because I thought it was really odd that a show that was supposed to represent left and right was just taking the tone of lockdown, everybody just stay inside, don't, at the beginning of the pandemic, everybody just stay home, and that those who want the economy back open, those who want you to go back into your life and no longer be in lockdown, are just the rich, because they're losing their money, and they're wanting their money back, and so they're, these lockdowns are the rich. And I thought that was odd, because I thought, if you're supposed to be representing left and right, that is, there's nobody on the right saying that, like nobody. So that just, what's maybe the corporate overlords are telling them what to say. I really believed that, totally believed that, because I just thought, so everybody have to, take the right wing perspective on this, right? I mean, nobody on the right is saying, yeah, I just locked down and give away your freedoms, like nobody was saying that. So it was really suspicious to me. And I had a lot of questions as I should be, because I'm somebody who investigates. I ask questions. Why wouldn't I ask questions as to, is there some other information in there, or why you're pushing this narrative? I ask that of everybody. I think that of everybody. That's my job. So, besides that difference, otherwise I agree with Crystal a lot. I still watch the show, I just really didn't like it when they were pushing. As you know, a lot of my audience didn't like it that I wasn't pushing lockdown. I was very much a lone on an island, saying things that were counter to what the rest of the progressives were saying. I'm still lonely on that island. I think it's less lonely now. I think people are joining me on that island. And maybe people will join it. Maybe one day my island will turn into a continent. I don't know. But it's been a lonely year and a half for sure. With my lonely takes on COVID. I'll admit that. I understand not popular, but I'm not trying to be popular. I'm trying to be honest and with my viewpoints. So fast forward, and so they left the show, right? And that was a big, it clearly tanked the viewership. They took a lot of people with them, obviously, so to build a lot of that viewership on that channel. And they left, and what happened there. So when they started having all of these rotating guests going around, I thought, you know, I would really love to see how they operate. And since they're having these random guests, I mean, I would want a guest, you know, to try it out, I want to see what it's like. I've never sat in a television studio before. I come from radio. I've never been really in front of a camera like that. I mean, I've done some on camera, but not to that extent. So I thought it would be fun, read a teleprompter, see how the producers work, see how the studio and all that good stuff. I still didn't get to see that, but they said, yeah, you know, that sounds great. You know, we chit-chatted. I had conversations with them, and so through those conversations, what I discovered was that they actually were not telling those what to say regarding the pandemic. I really made that assumption, or I thought there was something else that was motivating potentially such a hard push for lockdowns. But I was surprised to find out that from the people on the inside at that media institute that they were actually not telling those hosts what to say, and they actually never told them what they're telling me. I mean, you know, there's always two sides to a story, and I think that some sides have been told already, so I'm not going to get into the middle of theirs. But I can tell you my experience, and my experience. So they invited me then when Ryan did go on vacation. They asked me if I would come in and fill in for the week, and I could do it from my place here in LA. I happily accepted that. It is, you know, so I did that all week long, and I'll explain to you my experience of what it was like day in and day out. But my experience with them has been they have absolutely not, under any, not even insinuated, not even nudged me in any direction on what I can and cannot say. And I've actually been really surprised. I've been really surprised by that because when they let me on their show, they did their due diligence, right? So I talked to them maybe a month ago and said, hey, you know, a month and a half ago even, when they were having a rotating guest on it. You know, I'd love to come and guest host sometime if you guys are doing that, you know. So it took them a while before they actually invited me on their show. They did their due diligence. They watched a lot of my stuff. They investigated to make sure that I wasn't going to be some wackadoo network. And many people probably do think I'm a wackadoo, but clearly they thought what I was saying was okay. So, hey, look, you guys all know my takes. You know my stances on COVID, terrorism, Israel, military. I mean, all of my controversial takes apparently that are not typical establishment media. You guys know my takes. I'm as independent gets. I'm not afraid to piss people off. I'm not afraid to lose an audience if I, you know, I mean, like I have this whole last year. A lot of that has just been censoring me too, and making sure that I'm not. I definitely got shut down. But they knew what they were asking to host the show this week. So that to me is for once a good thing. I didn't try to hide anything from them. I had conversations with them. I had a conversation with me before letting me on the air, and I made it clear, listen, you know, I told them, they actually asked me if I would go the week I was gone speaking at the Palestinian Convention, and I told them, the Palestinian Convention, I'm going to be gone. And they said, okay, when you come back, you know, sure, vacation or something, we'll call you if we need to, right? So I'm really surprised by that. During this week, I will say that there have been zero, not at all, any sort of nudge. I brought up this morning, I was really nervous because this morning they said we're going to talk about COVID. And we all know, you know, COVID has been kind of a killer for me on this channel, on my YouTube channel. I know some of you are watching on Rockfit. And so when they said we're going to talk about COVID this morning, I thought, you know, this is going to be because, you know, my stances on COVID are not the norm. You know, are they going to tell me, hey, Kim, tone it down? And they knew all my stances on COVID. They knew I was being stuff. They knew I was being, that I got warnings and strikes. And they knew that all my warnings. So they didn't say anything to me about The only thing they've ever said to me is, just don't get us in trouble. Just don't get us in trouble. And they've just said, when I did a piece, I criticized Frito-Lay, and then we also did an episode heavy on Chevron, because the Stephen Dotson is, alleging a lot of stuff about Chevron. So all they said, we do need to get a statement from those companies so they have a chance to say something. Other than that, once we got those from those companies, there was no, hey guys, tone it down, going hard on it, none of that at all. There's no direction as to what we could or could not say. Totally given free rein to say whatever we wanted to say. I was actually really, really shocked that they never asked me in advance what my radar was going to be about. I thought, man, for sure, you're going to ask me in advance, like, what are you going to talk about on the radar? They didn't do that. They just needed it from me like an hour before show started. So they could put some of it, the little check on the side to that list. That was it. They never edited the radar. They never gave me some suggestions. It was really, honestly, free rein. And I'm sure they have limits somewhere. I feel very excited. This week alone, we talked about Julian Assange, Daniel Hale, Stephen Dotson twice. We had him on the show today. I criticized Israel and Jerry's stuff. So that was great. Where I went on about how nuts America is, about the not being boycotted because of Israel and how people call it anti-Semitic and all that stuff. I talked about that. Nobody said a word to me about that. I know a couple of things about the island. So they brought up that a couple of weeks ago, talking about how that, they talked about it in the context of it's being censored, that topic is being censored, and why is it not allowed to talk about it? But that was pretty risky. You can say it was risky. So they've actually looked at all of the types of content that they were willing to talk about. All the stuff that I would absolutely want to talk about. And obviously the format is different, right? And everything is recorded, so you can't really get as in depth as I would on this show. Otherwise, I was really, really amazed at how free I was. Corporate media news organization. I think I'm looking at today. All the things I talked about this week, talking about Julian Assange and Chevron and Frito-Lay, all the stuff they still bring back. So, that being said, a lot of people have asked me the question. Now, I'm not being offered a job, but a lot of people have asked me a question if I were offered a job with the or really even any corporate media entity that I believe independent media entity. And my answer is no, I would not leave independent media to take a corporate media job. However, I would add a corporate media job in addition to my independent media space. I do think that it is extremely important because once you are reliant on income from corporate media, just like if you're reliant on income from advertising, right? You are then sort of definitely beholden to them in a way, right? You cannot assert your independence because you're would be afraid of losing their livelihood. And that is not a position I'm willing to be in. I'm just not willing to be in that position again. And I know this. I spent over 10 years in corporate media, so I am not a newbie to this. And the biggest issue in corporate media is that any day you walk in could be the last day of your job. Somebody is dangling it over you every single day. Every single day might be your last day. And that is not a way to live. It's one, not only does it not allow you the freedom to speak and speak, but it's even beyond that. It's your everyday worry that you're just going to lose your job. You did something, said something, whatever it is, and suddenly you don't have an income and you don't have any bills. I'm not willing to be put in that situation anymore if I can help it. That being said, I would definitely add corporate media. I mean, if they want me on with my opinion, more power to them, I guess. It's like, why not? If they're lucky enough to ask somebody like me to their way, then you know what? I say, wow, that is actually a change we're wanting to see. And this is something, a conversation I was really worried about because they did ask me that question. When I reached out to them, they said, if you were to keep it to what we wanted to, you think that's something you can consider. And I had to think about it. So I talked to my producer, and I was like, I don't know. He said, my producer Israel is a wise man at times. He said to me, Kim, here's the thing. He's like, people rail against corporate media. Corporate media says all they say all they tout all of this. They're all pro-establishment. They just tell the establishment line. And your criticism is you don't want them to do that. So if there's an established media company, corporate media company that's willing to not do that, that's a good thing. He's like, so you should really want them to succeed. Because if this is what they're doing, if they really do want to find new hosts, very anti-establishment, and if they really want to continue on that, and they want to find new hosts, then you should encourage that, and we should applaud it, and we should actually hope it succeeds. If it succeeds, then maybe other establishment media companies will follow suit. And those, at the end of the day, they're going to be all about the bottom line. And if CNN, for example, succeed, one day realizes that the audience no longer wants to dispute that establishment market, and they realize, like Fox News and have to realize it's Tucker, the guy that I never thought I would agree with ever in my life. Definitely, I turned on the show and I or maybe even more than half of the time. He's very anti the establishment corporate media. And so, if CNN is willing to do that, and that's what you need, that's what we want, right? Because that's our criticism. We can't just criticize it. We don't want it to actually change. And if corporate media is on change, and it our viewpoints is more progressive, populist, we should, rather than say no, I'm not going to do it, I'm not going to join corporate media. Wow. Okay. Welcome to the revolution, I suppose. Let's go and indoctrinate the masses, right? That's what I'm hoping. So that really sort of did shift my mentality and even my criticism. And now I realize that, it is, so I do want the Hill to say, it fades. So there's a lot of anti-establishment personalities. I don't think it's really that. But if they do go in that direction, if that's what they do, then I absolutely want them to succeed. kind of my take on that. It is still, however, it is still an existential crisis for independent media. Another one of my motivations, and one of the reasons why I reached out to them, not only did I work in operations, but also I am afraid. That more time is coming to an end. I did get there, and I think the biggest won't escape the fate. We've already seen that. We've already seen, especially on the right, really, really big names for television. And it's only a matter of time that they come after the anti-establishment stuff as well. So I don't think that I could bank, or anybody in the can bank on a future of continuing to make money off of digital platforms. I don't think that's going to be a thing maybe 5 years or less. I think they're rapidly, just in the 2.5 years that they've been doing it, the landscape has shifted quite a bit just in 2.5 years as far as how they I do think that the people need to find, unfortunately, corporate media entities that are willing to partner that work on another platform. We need to reach the Rockfin, excellent platform, obviously, with a lot of us on Rockfin, and it's definitely a place where we can create. I know that there's others out there that are also, creating, so there might be other places to go, but I certainly think that independent is the right place to So, otherwise, I want to tell you guys about just kind of my day-to-day, what the job was like when I was in the answers. So, the day-to-day, I'm having to have to do 3 o'clock my time, because I'm in Los Angeles, so they sent me their background, and I put it up on my screen, and they, I got the up at 3 a.m., we had a meeting at 3:15, I went down to the office, we're going to do the day with you, seconds of a big show, we got a lot of people involved, so it really helps a lot. Just like individual, but Israel like helps me out. But he's in Colorado, and he's like remoting into my machine, running my own test for me, so I don't have to think about mission tracking and stuff. But operations was bigger. So we did a meeting at 3 o'clock in the morning. We went over the show, give out. We then I had to get ready. Read over the notes and kind of get through my last minute research. And then showtime, I had to have my camera on. I Skyped in. I had my lights on, background, everything was ready to go. And had to, and it was, and that started for me at 4:45 in the morning. And then until about 8 o'clock in the morning for me. So it's finished about 8 a.m. to 8 a.m. These last 4 days, and then extra segments each show that end up making up the entirety of Friday. So again, didn't tell us what to say, didn't tell us. I think that the producers have excellent topics. They have the producers very much know what the good stuff is. I think it's a really good staff. And just what's the good stories that are out there. So they're doing a great job. They really are. The corporate media, sure, yeah. But they're odd, but yeah. So I know it's hard for many of us that have been like, no corporate to even kind of say or remain, but yeah, you know, like I said, they have not said anything to me about what I can say. I don't feel limited at all. Of course, that's, you know, I think everybody's got their limit.
Unfortunately, RT is now subject to censorship from many Western countries as it tells the Russian side of the Ukrainian crisis story. I think it's important to access opposing arguments to form an educated opinion from those mentioned. RT is recently posted all the times with the ongoing crisis. Google has removed mobile apps connected to the Russian media outlet RT currently and Apple has also removed the European Union has banned the English language teaching abroad and also disappeared from the UK broadcast platform that used plays the British Culture Secretary, although it is criticised by some people online. You appear to be praising the EU for shutting down free speech and you call yourself a conservative. As a conservative culture secretary, you should be standing up for the Western value of free speech, especially at a time like this. Is it the news discretion to decide who is lying and who is not? I prefer to hear two sides of the story. Censorship is never a good thing. Considering your media bans Russia is currently facing as a crisis in Ukraine unfolds, also decided to also ban access to some Western media outlets like BBC, Venezuela, and Radio Liberty. Russian media watchdog claims that we are under information about the conflict in Ukraine.
All right, back to London now. Here is all right, Tiger, what are you looking at?
Well, what does Vladimir Putin think? It's a $1 trillion question. One of the biggest problems is thinking of their adversaries across the world in a unidimensional like Putin is bad, China is bad, United Kingdom good. As usual in these situations, someone can do it. There's a different groups than others. I've stated before, Europe is never done it. Never made rain, simply because he's been idiot to do so. He is now guaranteed strong NATO, peace, he is invited to your door, cancellation effect with Russia, and isolation of poverty and citizens. He will accomplish Europe and this based on an allied Asian powers. So why would this happen? Legitimate security concerns around NATO that I put up insert the stomach of the only thing that really makes sense is ideology. And the problem is all of us too often think money is and in many, many cases it is. But geopolitics, ideology actually becomes even more powerful. The only thing that can trump greed is an ideological commitment to something deep. Its roots no matter what is ultimately in the most extreme outside of it. And Alexander Dugin is a Russian philosopher and engineer who perhaps more than anyone in Russia provides the let's begin with something. Foundation of geopolitics and it was viewed as almost certainly failure. It raised three distinct possibilities in 1957. That Russia should take Georgia, annex Ukraine, and attempt to separate Britain from the rest of Europe, and that the seeds of discord would sow in the United States. Now, resistance liberals are having a field day with the latter two. The first two are way more interesting, as they're ones that the Kremlin actually can and did do. So the question for Dugin true roots of Russian autocracy. Seemingly every czar from 1600 to 1900 was about influences in the West, the need to modernize the economy, but then they embraced Russian their narrative, the embrace of autocracy, outright rejection of fancy. This matters because it already aligned with Russia's speech towards invasion, which I outlined all. One where Putin cast himself not as the heir of the Soviet Empire, but to the Russian Empire. Long ago, Ukraine and many of its former Soviet republics were not independent states, but subject to national control. Dugin's impressions on today's move into Ukraine. He cheered the 2008 operation in Georgia, and in 2014 he cheered again the Russian annexation of Crimea. In fact, his only beef with Putin at the time was expanding the Western influence by only taking Crimea. He predicted that Ukraine was, quote, inevitable, and noted that he and many of his thinking felt down by the Kremlin because of what he saw as the money elite and the liberals. While Putin was effectively taken off Russian state media at the time, in March 5, keep going. And the after 7 years, it seems that Putin is purging his government of his Western influences and all of us got a taste of that in the speech from Castro and justifying the invasion, which has been cheered on by Dugan today. We'll take a look at this. Here's how Dugan responds to this quote. This is not a war with Ukraine. This is a confrontation with globalism. It's a whole planetary phenomenon. Confrontation at all levels, geopolitical and ideological. Russia rejects everything globalism, monopolarity, Atlanticism, liberalism, anti-commission technocracy, a great reset in the word in color. It is clear European leaders are part of the Atlantic liberal elite, and we want war with her. He scoffs at the idea of sanctions, saying, quote, Russia has taken a course to build its world, its civilization. Now the first step has been taken. In the face of globalism, only a large space, a continent state, a civilization of state can be stopped. No country will last until blackout long. Russia is now creating a field of global resistance. Her victory will be the victory of all alternative worlds. It's got a flair for the dramatic, but if you read that, a lot of what transpired in these months, I and many foresee the beach is financially and culturally isolated. They don't have themselves. They see themselves. It's an apartheid state back in the country with no choice but to the whole West. I can understand. But all of those who acted with the same view in Russian history matter. In the end, the story of Russian policy is one that ends in disaster. Revolution, hunger, famine, in the end, all the orthodox, United Orthodox peoples, the breakaway republics, did everything they could to get out because life was so miserable. That was the story of the Russian people. Life under the Tsardom was one of relative misery, better than any of their monarchic counterparts in all of Europe. If Russia chooses its path, I'm certain it may work, maybe in some time. History has always had such an ideal. I laid this all out for you. How our response may really begin to what we must think and deal with such a history does not give us any critical answers. There's some, and some of us the alternative isn't really true. I think it's very understandable. Hey guys, thanks so much for watching. That's right. Just as a reminder, if you become a premium subscriber today, watch the full show completely on our reactions to each other's followers. And get to ask us questions, all that good stuff. The link is right there. That's the bomb. Great way to say thank you. You probably haven't even questioned. Let's face it, most guys don't. They're using whatever part of their mind you want for her little man. Don't you want to feel like mama's little man? But now you can upgrade your name with Dr. Squatch Natural Soap. Men who open the picture first. Men who But there's good news. Turn your shower game up to foliated with get ready to step out of the shower it's like it was real silk or real or don't, and continue to be mommy's little all right, nice. Did he put me in? Did he put those?
Teacher.
like if you just rank your own values and then go along with that, that just doesn't work. It's for you as a Freudian point first, I would say, is to start locating people that they get people fantasies, quantum fantasies, unconscious fantasies, to see if they can, and discover that values probably up of their own accord into those fantasies. And you can imagine, for example, if you become enamored of someone, that you might start fantasizing about them. Reading off the fantasy, then you know what you're after. So, motivation force opposes the fantasy right before the personal thing. So, insofar as your fantasy might reveal your personal history, so for example, you have first negative emotions and things that you may fantasy emotions as an association of ideals that kind of manifest themselves of their own accord. And they're not necessarily motivated by emotion. That's the free association. And they also might manifest themselves as Freud's the analysis of these spontaneous, let's call them fantasies. And Jung's late past, Freud did this first with being hypothetical. And Jung linked up spontaneous fantasies and dreams with rich mythology and fantasy from history. They did the same thing. And then what else is getting in this movie? So we might as well just walk through. So the first question might be, well, why is the logic king? Right? Because it makes sense that we go to logic king. Of course, the lion is named ex predator, and so which means it's got 12 tools, so to speak, and it's sort of goes with itself. So that's what we need to that name suggests where it is in power and wants and so it's not getting by the way as well, or your boss. So stale things doesn't make any sense, right? But lion is network. And you got to think about those things because it's not self-evident why a lion would work as a king, but a snail would. It fits in with the metaphor of the scaffold. It's much better. So why do you think it makes sense? And things like that aren't rationally self-evident makes sense. You have to have in what metaphorical context you make sense. You have the light. Now the movie opens with a sunrise. The sunrise is equivalent to so that in many archaic stories, the sun was a hero. Of course, the idea was that the sun was the hero, illuminating the sky and the day, and so the illumination and the light all came together. Or at night, the sun all night, and then rising victorious in the morning. So it's death and rebirth. It's very, 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 very common with volume of theme. And the reason the sun is associated with consciousness, as far as we can tell, is that we're not nocturnal creatures. So we're awake during the day. Very, very visual. Half our brain is processing. And to be enlightened and illuminated means to develop, to move towards a higher state of consciousness. We have to use light symbolism to represent that. You know, like the light bulb on top of someone's head. Say, I was in dark and when we learn something new. And so again, that fits into this underlying metaphorical trait that so it's a new day, the start of a new day, and the day absolutely.
And that's why I don't like now. I think we should call it emotional instability disorder because that's really what it affects us. They call it borderline personality. It's like a freak, and then any kind of mystery, it adds to the burden of existence.
And that's why we're doing all of this. There are people who go watch these videos, go to MedCircle.com, get on the free digest, whatever topic they're interested in, borderline personality, disorder, bipolar, or whatever, and they immediately realize that the stigma was so great and the truth, the reality behind whatever they're looking for.
When inspiration strikes, go after it. So that's the number one reason.
Yes.
It really, it's a disorder. It's a very, okay. Number two is that it often gets emotional perceptions. It often gets and it's this idea that, oh, her moves are all over the place. She's fine. As soon as I hear her moves are all over the place, I'm going to slow down. Step back. And the story they start to tell me is much more personality. That's probably the biggest misconception about it. The other misconception, even with borderline goals, sometimes some people don't have split personality, especially since we talk about splitting disorder. So people will confuse it with what we call dissociative identity disorder or multiple personality disorder. It's a common term. It's not that common. So there's always going to get involved in that because borderline personality looks different. Men often go to a young age are also required to get in the world. They're just told to shut up. You don't have the nutrition. And if they carry on that childhood teaching, they might actually become like the opposite, become very emotionally restricted because they get a different kind of habit. So it could also be a more socialized to express emotion. To the degree that borderline personality would link back to complex sexual trauma. Many boys are sexual. And so, and experience sexual abuse as very effective. About it, get help for it, get the special shame in the face of it, but the boy is great, he's much like it. Come on about it, finish on it, choose it. You know, much like a boy, I'm sorry, a young man, given a boy, is much like a black man. So come out without the sexual quality, you know, hopefully not. So, what combination of stories here? We're also probably diagnosed as clinicians to see the man. It's almost like their borderline personality disorder radar response. The personality is the man, and they're less likely to use it. That's why it's very important that clinicians get their data, get them too, and then make the diagnosis on the basis of the symptomatology and not the basis of science. And that's
do you get diagnosis from a doctor and they don't have an opportunity? There is an option. Yes, that's huge. Yeah. You have worked with a lot of people with borderline personalities where success when they were motivated and this is not Well, no question, this is a complex issue. I recommend if you watch this video and have not watched tonight, watch that. It's fascinating and stressful. This complex disorder, and from there, make sure you go to medcircle.com. You're the best. Thanks for being here. Thanks for watching. Your next step is head on over to medcircle.com and sign up for the MedCircle Digest. What is it? The MedCircle will send you articles and the latest videos on the mental health topic that you go to medcircle.com, sign up for that digest. Let's keep this journey on better mental health. What is the difference between borderline?
The 20th century existentialist philosopher Albert Camus stated that a man without ethics is a wild beast loose upon this world. In this lecture, we are going to provide an introduction to ethics. To do so, we will examine the subject matter of the discipline, discuss some of the most important questions addressed by moral philosophers, distinguish between moral subjectivism and moral realism, examine the famous axiological problem, and look at the difference between teleological and deontological theories of ethics. As a philosophical discipline, ethics originated in ancient Greece over 2,000 years ago. Socrates and a group of teachers from ancient Athens known as the Sophists are said to be the first moral philosophers in Western civilization. Ethics is often defined as the study of morality, but a more detailed and revealing definition is provided by John Dewey in his book Introduction to Ethics. Ethics is a study of what are good and bad ends to pursue in life, and what it is right and wrong to do in the conduct of life. It is therefore, above all, a practical discipline. Its primary aim is to determine how one ought to live, and what action one ought also be useful to define morality, given how often the term is used in ethical discourse. They define morality in a sense used in philosophical ethics as standards of right and wise conduct, whose authority in practical thought is determined by reason rather than custom. Because moral philosophers attempt to determine how one ought to act in the course of their life, or in other words, with prescribing action, ethics is said to be concerned with the normative. In contrast, a discipline such as anthropology is said to be descriptive rather than normative. Anthropologists observe, describe, and explain the actions and behaviors of individuals. They do not, like moral philosophers, attempt to prescribe action. In addition to the ultimate question of how one ought to live their life, a few other questions which have been particularly prominent in the history of ethics include: what makes action moral, or in other words, good or bad, right or wrong? And why should one behave in accordance with an ethical theory? Or in other words, why should one do what morality prescribes? As a quick side note, questions which deal with the nature of ethical statements and not with prescribing how one should act are said to belong to the branch of ethics known as metaethics. An important question within metaethics is whether morality is objective. What philosophers are trying to determine when addressing the objectivity of morality is whether moral judgments have a truth value, or more simply, whether they can be said to be true or false in a manner which is independent of personal opinions and attitudes. For example, when one makes a statement such as the earth is bigger than the moon, or 2 + 2 = 5, one can determine whether these statements are true or false in an impersonal, objective sense. However, the question of interest when attempting to determine the objectivity of morality is whether the statement is done with moral judgments such as it is wrong to steal, or one ought to tell the truth. Those who deny that moral judgments can be true or false in the sense we just specified adhere to the position called moral or ethical subjectivism. Such a position maintains that moral judgments are expressions of preference or personal opinion, and therefore there is no rational way for deciding between two conflicting judgments. Those who believe, on the other hand, that moral judgments can be true or false, and are made so by objective features of the world, are called moral realists or moral objectivists. Closely related to the question of whether morality is objective is the is-ought problem. This problem was famously examined by the Scottish philosopher David Hume, and his explanation of it forms the basis of what is called Hume's law. Basically, the is-ought problem concerns whether one can derive a statement of what ought to be the case from what is the case, or in other words, from descriptive statements about the world. As David Hume wrote, in every system of morality which I have hitherto met with, I have always remarked that the author proceeds for some time in the ordinary ways of reasoning and establishes the being of a god, or makes observations concerning human affairs. But all of a sudden, I am surprised to find that instead of the usual combinations of propositions is and is not, I meet with no proposition that is not connected with an ought or an ought not. For as this ought or ought not expresses some new relation or affirmation, it is necessary that it should be observed and explained, and at the same time that a reason should be given. For what seems altogether inconceivable, how this new relation can be a deduction from others, which are entirely different from it. Philosophers commonly interpret Hume's stance as being that you cannot logically derive a statement of what ought to be the case from what is the case. So let us say that we observe it to be the case that in certain areas of the world there exists a great disparity in wealth. This would be a descriptive statement about the way the world is. However, from this statement of how the world is, according to Hume, we cannot derive a statement about how things ought to be. So from the descriptive statement about wealth inequality, we cannot derive the normative statement that we ought to equalize wealth through redistribution, nor the normative statement that we ought to abstain from redistributing wealth. Another important distinction within ethics, which is especially pertinent to the question of what makes an action good or bad, is that between teleological and deontological ethical theories. Robert Almader, in his work Human Happiness and Morality, A Brief Introduction to Ethics, nicely distinguishes between the two by saying, the first kind of theory asserts that the morality or the immorality of an act, and hence the rightness or wrongness of an act, is a function solely of the consequences of the natural tendency of those consequences to produce pleasure or pain, or goodness or happiness, in some degree and in some way. Any such theory we call a consequentialist or a teleological theory. The second kind of theory asserts that the morality or the immorality of an act is basically nothing to do with the consequences of the act. This latter kind of theory we call deontological. With a teleological theory of ethics, an end is selected as the ultimate or highest good in life, and actions are then evaluated as moral or immoral, depending on whether they help or hinder one in achieving that end. Your future has the gift of data, which is
COVID-19 vaccines have helped to protect us. Over time, antibodies created in the population found that these often potentially severe illness appears to have produced more antibodies that can help to strengthen our immune response.
teleological theories of ethics include egoism.
When you really know. You see, there's a beginning stage of not knowing, and there's an ending stage. In the beginning stage, you don't know what you want because you haven't thought about it. You've only thought superficially. Then when somebody forces you to think about it, you go through it and say, yeah, I think I like this, I think I like that, I think I like the other. There's the middle stage. Then you get beyond that. Say, is that what I really want? The end is there. No, I don't think that's it. I might be satisfied with it for a while, and I wouldn't turn my nose up at it. But it's not really what I want. Why don't you really know what you want? Two reasons that you don't really know. Number one, you have it. Number two, you don't know yourself. Because you never can. The Godhead is never an object of its own knowledge. Just as a knife doesn't cut itself, fire doesn't burn itself, light doesn't illuminate itself. It's always an endless mystery to itself. I don't know. And this I don't know is uttered in the infinite interior of the spirit. This I don't know. It's the same thing as I love. It's the same thing as humility. And so the Upanishads say, if you think that you understand life, you do not understand. And yet, the instructed God. If you know that you do not understand, then you truly understand. For the Brahman is unknown to those who know it, known to those who know it. And the principle is that any time, as it were, voluntarily let up the God, in other words, cease to cling to yourself, you have an access to power. Because you're wasting energy all the time, self-defense, trying to manage things, trying to enforce things. Not if you stop doing that. That wasted energy is available. Therefore, you are, in that sense, having that energy available, you are one with the divine principle. You have the energy. When you're trying, however, to act as if you were God, that is to say, you don't trust anybody and you're the dictator and have to keep everybody in line, you lose the dynamic of what you're doing is simply defending it. It's good. The more you give it away, now you say, I don't have the courage to give it away. I'm afraid. You can only overcome that by you don't know. There's nowhere holding on. Meaning of the fact, you see, that everything was dissolved. We're all falling apart. We're all in a process of constant death. And the world they hope and set their heart on actually were in front of them like snow on the desert. That's the great system. That fact that everything is in decay is your hope. That is allowing you that you don't have to let go. Because it's achieved for you by the process. So once you see that it's all washed up and that you will vanish and leave no track behind, you rarely get with them. Suddenly you find you have enormous access to them. But it's not power. It came from that. It came in entirely the opposite way. Power that comes to you in that opposite way. Power. Of course, what we've been talking about is not so much a set of ideas as an experience, or shall we say experience. And this kind of seminar, in comparison with encounter groups or workshops of various kinds, or experiments in sensory awareness, is now being called a conceptual seminar. Although I'm not talking about concepts. But the crucial question arises that an understanding, a real feeling understanding of the polar relationship between the individual and the world is something that operates, as we say, in your bones, and isn't just a feeling that you know or belief that you know. It's so curious that the emphasis of the Western tradition in religion is primarily upon right belief. Do you believe in the right dogmas, the right doctrines? And only secondarily upon right action. Because what you believe is, in Christianity at any rate, far more important than what you do. Because one is saved through faith, not by works. And early in its history, the Christian church rejected the movement in the church which had been known as Gnosticism, from the Greek gnosis, which means knowledge. And in a way, there were some sound reasons for doing so. Because the Gnostics were what I would call anti-materialists. They divided human beings into three classes that were called, respectively, pneumatic, psychic, and higher. Last one being Hylic, from the Greek, Hyli, or they would call it now, Ili, meaning wood. So the people were spiritual, psychological, and wooden. And that is to say, the wooden people were those most absorbed in materiality and most closely identified with their bodies. And Orthodox Christianity rejected this sort of distinction because of the perfectly correct idea that material existence is not inconsistent with spirituality. This is something which most Christians have forgotten. But they do believe as the central principle of Christianity in what's called the Incarnation. That in Jesus of Nazareth, Almighty God did in fact become material, become human. And by this process, initiated a transformation of the cosmos. In the words of St. Athanasius, God became man, that man might become God. And you don't hear that from the pulpit very often. The Christian Church therefore emphasized pistis, or faith, as against gnosis, or knowledge. Because they said you can never know God. God could never become an object of knowledge. And in this funny roundabout way, the Christian theologians were saying exactly the same thing as the Hindus. Only the Hindus do call this knowledge of God through faith, they call it jnana, which is the same as the Greek word gnosis. Just to give you a little sidelight on how words get mixed up in their meanings. We now have a class of person called an agnostic. And an agnostic generally means a person who doesn't commit himself to any beliefs about the nature of things. He just says he doesn't know. But the original word, agnosia in Greek, meant a special kind of knowledge. It was called the dark knowledge of God. The knowledge of God in the cloud of unknowing. We use the title of a mystical treatise written by an anonymous 14th century English monk. This monk derived his ideas from a very mysterious figure who wrote under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite. Dionysius was a 5th or 6th century Syrian monk who had learned his mysticism from Porphyry, who got it from Plotinus, who was a Neoplatonist, and who probably got a great deal of stimulation from the intellectual world of Alexandria. And Alexandria, in the early years of the Christian era, was a tremendous exchange place between East and West. Buddhist monks visited Alexandria. It was one of the great centers of trade between Rome and India. And as you may know, all Rome's gold eventually went to India for the purchase of pepper. And as a result of this, the Roman economy collapsed. They bought too much luxury from India. India, in exchange, got Roman architecture. And you see a lot of Roman architecture in Indian temples. But Alexandria was the great center for the Gnostics and for Christian theology. And some of the greatest theologians, Clement, Origen, Athanasius, St. Cyril, all worked out of Alexandria. And now going back to this strange monk, Dionysius, it was he who first put around the idea in the Christian circles that that there was such a thing as the knowledge of God by faith. By agnosia, really, by unknowing. And he, in a book which he wrote, a very short book called The Theologia Mystica, he wrote a treatise on the higher knowledge of God, which might be quoted directly from the Upanishads in certain parts of it. The last section of it reads like the Mandukya Upanishad. It's a series of negations. It says what God is not. And he goes very far because he says that God is not one. He says our idea of unity falls far short of what God is. So does our idea of Trinity. So does our idea of spirit, our idea of mind, of justice, of love. All these things are not really God. And he says in another place, if anybody, having seen God, understood what he would have seen would not have been God, but some creature of God, less than God, some sort of angel or something like that. It's perfectly amazing to consider the influence that this man had. For writing under the name of Dionysius the Areopagite, he became identified, you see, with St. Paul's first convert in Athens. And legend has it that he was the first bishop of Athens and was martyred in Gaul, where he's known as St. Denis. But St. Thomas Aquinas looked upon the writings of Dionysius the Areopagite as having the highest authority. And you could, if all the texts of Dionysius' work had been lost, you could restore most of it from quotation from St. Thomas. He wrote really two very important books. One was the one I said, the Theologia Mystica. The other was called The Divine Names. These two books presented the two phases of his theology. The book called The Divine Names was a discussion on the nature of God in terms of what God is like, by analogy. And this kind of knowledge of God he called kataphatic, from the Greek pheme, to speak or say, kata, meaning to say according to, that is to say, to speak by analogy. Where he used no entirely negative language about God, this sort of discourse was called apophatic. And the word apo meaning away from, to talk away from. Just as a sculptor, when he makes an image, reveals the image by removing stone. And so Dionysius explained that one attains the knowledge of God by discarding concepts, which is exactly what the Hindus mean when they say, of God one can only say neti, neti. Not this, not this. Not any conception. So thus in Hindu philosophy, the highest state of consciousness in samadhi is called nirvikalpa samadhi, which means literally non-conceptual. Vikalpa means a concept. Nir is a negation. So the non-conceptual knowledge. Now, people have greatly misunderstood this. They have imagined that unknowing the state of the highest contemplation was the acquisition of a blank mind, from which you first discarded thought, you went on to discard perception, you went on to discard any kind of sensory content in awareness, until you were, so far as anyone could say, aware of nothing. And they supposed that this kind of catatonic state was mystical consciousness. This is often believed in India. If you go to the Vedanta Society and ask what do you mean by Nirvikalpa Samadhi, they will tell you that the one in that state has no consciousness whatsoever of the sensory world. That he is completely absorbed, as you sometimes see Hindu holy men sitting in a state where they are blind and deaf to everything going on around them. The founder of Chinese Zen, known as Huineng, described people like that as no better than pieces of rock and lumps of wood. Said it's a very serious mistake indeed to confuse sunyata, the Sanskrit word for the great void, which is both the ultimate reality and the consciousness thereof. That it's a great mistake to confuse it with nothingness. It is rather to be thought of as space, or like space, because space is not empty. It contains the whole universe. So in the same way, the state of mind of a person who is truly enlightened is not empty. It contains everything. But like space, it is not stained by what it contains. It's often said in Zen imagery, you can't have a nail into space. You can't spit on the sky. Soil. If you try, the spit will just return and hit your own face. So they go on to say that consciousness in all of us, your basic mind is like space. It is completely pure. But of course, by purity, they don't mean unsexual, which is, of course, what purity generally means in the Western world. Blessed are the pure in heart, for they shall see God. A person who's pure in heart is generally understood as one who never has any naughty thoughts. You know what naughty means? It means vain, negative, empty. A naughty person, therefore, is one who doesn't amount to anything. It's just nothing. That's the real meaning. But this misunderstanding of the nature of contemplation existed not only in India, from which it was transmitted to China, but also in the West. You read many treatises on Western mysticism, and there's still the feeling that getting into a deep, deep trance, sometimes called rapture, again, the word rapture has undergone some transformation. We talk about rapture as people being beside themselves with pleasure. But to be rapt means to be taken away from the body. So also ecstasy, we now interpret as being in a state of high pleasure. But it means to be outside yourself, to stand outside yourself. Your soul has left you, it is with God. As Arabs say of all crazy people, be kind to them. They're not here, their soul is with God. But actually, if it can be true, as Buddhists say, that nirvana and samsara are one, and if it can be true, as Christians say, that the spirit can be made flesh, the word can be made flesh, then obviously the highest form of man is not sitting somewhere in a trance like a lump on a log, with a perfectly blank mind. Because if that were the highest state of consciousness, it would be an exclusive state of mind, a state of mind that shuts out life. And in that sense, it could not qualify for being what the Hindus call non-dualistic. They always speak of the highest reality as being not one, because one excludes many. Not nothing, because nothing excludes something. Not being, because being excludes non-being, and vice versa. And so they use this word non-dual to mean that which doesn't exclude anything, which, as it were, has no outside. As we say, space has no outside. You can only have outsides inside space. You can't have any outsides outside space. There is no outside space, even though space may be curved. Why not? So, yeah, if you want to think, incidentally, of that third space, go and take a look at a photograph in the life, the book on mathematics. There was a picture of a twine bottle, which is a three-dimensional Möbius strip. Möbius strip, you know, is a piece of paper that is twisted once and then drawn. It has only one side, only one edge. Now, a twine bottle is a three-dimensional Möbius strip, and it only has one inside. It has no outside. You can say it has an inside and no outside, or it has an outside and no inside. It's a fabulous trick. But there's something like that would be the nature of space, as that which does indeed transcend the opposites. Not quite. We have to do one extra move on the surface to make it its head through the side of its skin, and make the aperture through the mouth continuous with the inside of the serpent towards the tail. That's more or less what Klein Bottle is. So, what I'm getting to, I'm giving you something out of the general history of religions to show that what has been meant by the mystical state, samadhi or awakening in certain traditions, is not this state of trance, but a state of consciousness in which you can perfectly well carry on your daily affairs. And of course, what is meant by a bodhisattva as the ideal type of Buddhist person is that he is not wrapped, that he is actively engaged in the life of the world, because he has gone beyond the illusion that nirvana is to be found away from everyday life. So, what is then the point of meditation? Why meditate? Why do you have to crawl off into a hole, or go to a Zen monastery, or retire and be quiet, when this is only a withdrawal? Is there anything to be said for it? Well, meditation is a practice, as a discipline. It's a very curious problem. Because from one point of view, it's a help, and from another point of view, and I think we have to understand, first of all, that meditation exercises are medicinal rather than dietary. LSD, a medicine, something that is described in Zen as when you want to open a door or summon someone to open the door for you, you pick up a brick and you knock on the door, but you don't carry the brick anymore. When you need a raft for crossing a stream, you cross the stream on the raft, but you leave the raft on the bank the other side. You don't go carrying it around. But a lot of people, when they get into meditation, or they get into religion, or into any kind of exploration of this sort, turn the door into a revolving door. They keep on going round and round and round and never get through. They say, what a gas it is to be in this revolving door. So that'd be a good definition of a parasite. The person who goes through a revolving door on someone else's push. So there are all sorts of people in the religious record who are going through revolving doors. And they're very bitter about people who walk right through and leave the door behind because they say, well, you have respect. You must really understand religious one-upmanship. It's a tremendously important thing. And don't be caught out by this, because what happens is there's a little game going on, trying to initiate you. And it's played in Zen, which is it works like this. If you go to a teacher and ask for your spiritual instruction, or even if you come to a seminar like this, you are, by doing that, confusing yourself. Because you are looking for what you're asking for outside. as if someone else could give it to you, as if you didn't have it. So the teacher knows that as long as you do that, you haven't understood it. But he doesn't just tell you to go away. Or he may sometimes just say, go away, I'm too busy. And in any case, I can't tell you anything. Well, people won't take that for an answer. They won't take no for an answer. And furthermore, if he just said go away, they would just find some other teacher who would exploit them. And maybe keep those followers for years. Acquire a great deal of money by so doing. What he does is another thing. He tries to get you down, as if to say, you have a great long distance to go yet. Your attainment is not at all perfect. And where they're always talking about other sects and other schools and saying, well, they haven't really done it, see? So that you keep losing faith in yourself and feeling, my goodness, I haven't yet attained this thing. And that keeps you working. Not all the time. You're being talked out. It's like someone who's a pickpocket has stolen your own watch and is selling it to you. But just so long as you can be talked out of yourself, you deserve to be. Now, you become very aware of this. If you ever do momentarily slip into some sort of a mystical experience, you become aware of this tremendous game going on. And you see it as sort of continuous with all sorts of cosmic games that are going on, of creatures eating other creatures up, and the creatures that get eaten, of course, transform themselves into the creatures that eat them, and then in turn eat other creatures. And you see the whole hide-and-seek game going on, and then you realize very clearly that the state of development that you are in now is no better, no worse than anybody else's state. Because it's like space again. Which planet is in, or which star is in the best position? Well, it's all equal. They're all in the middle. Any one can be considered as the center. Any point on a sphere is the center of the surface of the sphere. So, in the same way, everybody, in all his behavior, whatever he's doing, whether we call him from some point of view sick, or whether we call him healthy, whether we call him good or bad, neurotic, normal, psychotic, sane, all the manifestations are just like the leaves on the trees. And in each being in a unique way, is, as Christians would say, manifesting the will of God. So, there really, from that point of view, there is nothing to nothing at all. But you see, that's very difficult to understand, because a lot of people, when they hear that there's nothing to do, try to do nothing. And you can't. Because you are karma, and karma means action. You can't do nothing. But the thing you're looking for is what you're doing. Is what's called human. And of course, as we all know, we've got ourselves into the idea that oneself is so difficult to see. Because it's like, as I've often said, trying to bite your own teeth or look into your own eyes, and you can't find it. It's always behind. It's like your head is, from the optical point of view, a blank space. Neither light nor dark. It's right in the middle of everything. And so, one of the great tricks of gurus is to set people looking for their head. There's a famous story of a king in India in ancient times called Yajnavalkya. One morning he woke up, reached out for his mirror, brought it over. No head. He was looking at the wrong side of the mirror. You know, he's kind of bleary-eyed and had a hangover. So he summoned servants and said, "In God's sake, I lost my head. Find it." And they said, "But Your Majesty, it's there on your shoulders." He said, "It is not. I can't see it in the middle. Nobody can show me my head." So they were rushing all over the place, looking for the head. Now the trick to that is, of course, that you're perfectly well aware of your head. I mean, not in the form in which you expect to be aware of. You expect to be aware of your own head in the same way as you're aware of other people's heads. But that wouldn't be true of you, because you've got an inside view of your head. You have an outside view of other people's heads. You're taking an inside point of view. But the way in which you are aware of your head is in terms of what you are seeing and hearing. Because all sights and all sounds are what the nerves inside your head are doing. That's how to be aware of one's head. You are aware, therefore, of yourself, the mysterious self that you have, in terms of experience. Because there isn't really any difference. But that always escapes me, you see. So perpetually, so long as you don't understand that, you can be talked into going on to all kinds of weird excursions. And just so long as you believe it, you're a sucker. You're hooked. And it takes a tremendous inner confidence. No. Finally to say, I see through your gaze. And because gurus are very clever at putting you down. But they're just trying to see how strong you are. Testing you out. See if they can live with you. So long as they can, so they're going to go on there. Because they're going to get you to the point where they can't do it anymore. Then they'll grab you. And so, one of Rinzai's students, after he saw through it, said, "Well, there wasn't much in Rinzai's Buddhism after all." First of all, he said, "Old gurus, straight out, my teaching is just like using an empty fist to deceive a child. You play games with a child and pretend you've got something here. The child goes into all kinds of tizzy to get you to work with your hand and show what it is. So you can be fooled. As long as you can be fooled. When you can't be fooled, you don't have to understand. Because it's all become clear. It's all become clear that there is no puzzle without this. What makes you think there are puzzles about this? Very simple. You're trying to explain it. And when you explain things, what do you mean by explanation? There are several meanings of explanation. There's really one basic. First of all, to be able to translate what is happening into terms of words or numbers. In other words, to describe. But a real explanation is not just a description. It's a description which enables us to control what we are describing. But didn't we see in the last session that to control the world is not really what we want to do? So that if all explanations have as their function enabling us to control things, then maybe an explanation of what we want. And furthermore, you can very simply see that what makes things complicated is explaining. When somebody explains these are great botanists and analyzes all the inner channels, the fibers, the processes of reproduction, and so on that go on in it. Everybody stands fascinated. How complicated, how clever God was to create that. All that complexity. It isn't complicated at all. It's only complicated when you start thinking. Because the vehicle of words is a very clumsy one. And when you try to talk about the processes of nature, what is complicated is not the processes of nature, but trying to put them into words. That's as complicated as trying to drink up the ocean. It takes forever. And so this intense complexity that we see is created by our attempt to analyze it. And so what we do is, you see, when we analyze, we use our eyes and ears as scalpels. We dissect them. And we have to put a label on every piece we chop off. So we scalpelize and we get it right down to atoms. Getting finer and finer, and we suddenly got what we got to the end of it, what we got atoms, what is not covered. But then we found we could cut the atom.
Matter.
Big feeds and big feeds.
Matter.
They're doing construction.
And it goes on forever.
Yeah, I know it sucks.
When we step in, feeds the minute for the simple reason that the investigation itself is very chopping things into pieces. And the sharper you can sharpen your knife, the finer you can cut it. And the knife of the intellect is very sharp indeed. And the sophisticated instruments that we can now make, that is probably no limit. But in a way, all that is vain knowledge. In a way. Because you see, what it does is it gives you the illusion that you've solved your problem. When you have control of certain things, you have solved certain practical problems. You say, fine, more of that, please. Let's go on solving problems. And then you do. You create a world of people, as we are today, far more comfortable than people who lived in the 19th century. Just remember the troubles of going to a dentist, of medicine, of badly heated homes, of all sorts of things we don't put up with. But the problem is we keep running into this thing that all constant stimulation and when we take it as a matter of course to have certain numbers, then we switch the level on which we worry. When you solve a whole set of problems, people find new ones to solve. And after a while, you begin to get that other thing. Aren't we just going round on a cycle, doing the same old thing over and over and over again because we don't realize that we're facing our reality? An eternally recurrent process of not knowing who you are. That is the hide and seek That is the nature of what the Hindus call the Manvantara and the Pralaya, the period of the Manvantara in which the worlds are manifested, and the period of the Pralaya in which the worlds are withdrawn from manifestation. In and out, in and out. Evermore came out of the same worlds and out. The thing is, to get to the point where you can see that you are doing that in every moment of your existence, with every tiny little atom of your body, you now, at this minute, are the whole system. In other words, you often think perhaps maybe a long, long time ahead, I shall reach the point where I wake up with manifestation and overcome the world illusion and discover that I am the supreme reality behind all this diversification. My friends, there is no diversification. In other words, what you call diversification is your game. The same way as you chop the thing and then you say it was made of pieces. Because you forget that you cut it. So when you see the world is complicated, that there are life problems, and that you might one day succeed, hundreds and hundreds of people are running like mad after something that they thought was a success, and they have no idea what it is. So in exactly the same way, the Guru is keeping you running and running after spiritual attainment. You don't know what you want. The word Krishnamurti is so clever. Because he says, if you ask me for enlightenment, how can you ask me for enlightenment? If you don't know what it is, how do you know? That any concept you have of it will be simply a way of trying to perpetuate the situation you're already in. If you think you know what you're going out for, all you're doing is you're seeking the past. What you already know, what you've already experienced. That's not it, is it? Because you say you're looking for something quite new. But what do you mean new? What's that conception of something new? Well, I can only think about it in terms of something old. Something I once had. So he doesn't say anything. He doesn't indicate anything positive. Everybody says, why are you so negative? Why don't you give us something to hang on to? Well, the simple answer is it would be spurious. You don't need it. You're it. You don't need a rhythm. But then you say, well, what is all this rhythm stuff about? Why don't we just get it? Well, go away. Don't go to gurus. Don't go to church. Don't enter philosophical discussions. Forget it. But then you'll realize that by having consented to forget it, you're still seeking. What a trap. What can you do? You see, if you stay here and listen to me or to anyone else who comes around here, you're fooling yourself. But if you go away, you're fooling yourself too. Because you still think that's going to improve your situation. Therefore, when you discover that it doesn't, you think maybe it's a mistake to go away. He looks at you and says, you are very undisciplined, very inferior student, and you need to apply yourself. Well, as I explained what I'm doing. But it comes down in a way to the contest of the Guru. When you call his bluff, you're afraid. Because you might discover that if you do call his bluff, he's no better than you are. That's what you're supposed to try. being cynical. He's as divine as you. But you've got the whole block. There's going to be a showdown. And it's a double bind. The whole situation is a double bind. Because it doesn't do any good to stay here. It doesn't do any good to go there. Either to do something about it or to do nothing about it. Now there was something else. When you understand that, and when you realize that but it's all here, then what are you going to do? The sense of the Zen poem, supernatural activity, marvelous power, drawing water, carrying fuel. Do whatever one does. It's like when a child was pestering father or mother with all sorts of questions. They finally get down to the teacher's metaphysical problems. They say, oh, shut up, the teacher. And I wouldn't say that, actually. Because life, as one looks at it, is in fact a celebration. When you look out at night at the stars, it's really that big country. Well, it's a fire. And it's celebrating fire. It's a kind of exuberance. And therefore, the proper function of religion is digging. It's not seeking. It's not seeking it, but is, in a way, thanksgiving. That's why, of course, this is right. Thanksgiving. Only that's a complicated way of thinking about it, but it understands. So, in religion, all religious exercises, whether they are meditative or whether they are ritualistic, are whooping. They are not something you do in order to attain it. They are like art forms, like dancing. They are expressive of attainment, of the attainless attainment. So here's another hangout for you. When you go to Mr. Suzuki, he's a good disciple of Dogen, who brought Zen, a certain school of Zen to Japan in the 13th century. Dogen said, you can't sit and meditate unless you're already a Buddha. In which case, why meditate? Well, meditation is just the way a Buddha sits. And he called this sitting just to sit, not to attain enlightenment. The minute you do that, you see, you're not meditating. So you only become a good meditator if you're not looking for it. And therefore, you realize what a great thing it is to be able to do. And what a great thing it is not to dissect the world with your analytical intellect. Be able to look out at the water or the trees or the floor or the light on the without calling it light or floor or trees or thinking that it has parts or thinking that it's complicated. So when you can sit without thinking, not with an empty mind, mind you, I'm going back to that point, not with an empty mind, but just a non-analytic mind, a non-focused mind, where you're not creating problems all the time by trying to control it, by trying to control your mind, by trying to control your experience, what you see and hear. You then just simply discover that there is no way of controlling what you're experiencing, because what you're experiencing is you. And to try and really fundamentally control that, this is going around the circle. So if I I would say to you now, what you have to learn is to let it happen. That's wrong too. There's no one to let it happen. If I say to you, accept your experience, be calm, that again perpetuates the illusion that you're suffering. You're right. But if there are some people who want to get together and like we would get together, want to walk, go fishing, sail boat, if there's some people who want to get together to meditate, and have rituals, chant, pray, it's an art. And you could only use it and make it a good art. This is what really is the bane of temples all over the world. Go to Buddhist temples, where they theoretically don't believe in any God. And they're all doing it. Although we get a male child next time around, or that the horse recovers from a disease, or the mama gets cured of a dropsy. And all these traditions are going on and on and on. People always coming to the temple to ask us. Lowbrow people for lowbrow things, highbrow people for highbrow. There all the vendors sit outside and sell souvenirs and magic and charms. All people go in and do this. And all these serious priests sitting there, really having to keep up face and say, yes, we can provide these services. On the other hand, if you go into one of these temples, along with all the faithful followers, and have a ball, buy a bead, buy a candle, buy this, buy that, buy the go in. Dig this great thing going on, salute the Buddhas, all the altars, all the crucifixes, all what you will. Don't take it seriously. And this is one of the great important transformations of today in our consciousness. Is that a great many people are finding out that religion is not supposed to be taken seriously. This is a shocking thing to many people. There used to be an old saying that a religion is dead when the priest is out across the world. That's true in one sense. When the priests know that they've got a racket going, they don't believe one word of it, and they're laughing across the altar with all these suckers around doing it, then it's true. The religion is dead. But when the priests laugh at the altar, because they're having such fun, because this whole scene is so beautiful, well, it's the difference between some stuffy old Buddhist priest humming a sutra and Allen Ginsberg humming a sutra. That's a thing to hear. Other people no, they go on for interminable. The law, they're sick of it. But they get paid for it. This is magic. When Allen Ginsberg comes, everybody gets in the slap and we get the little bells. Get going. It's just like a jam session where everybody is absolutely delighted. So that's the way to do it. And if you can't do it that way, forget it.
Very real Havana syndrome that our government remember the very real Havana syndrome that our government and our media told us consists of Cuba and other villainous foreign powers with aggressive mustaches giving U.S. diplomats a light headache for a week by way of a top secret super special weapon that no one can detect. American government employees were being taken out left and right with light headache and sometimes a bit of sleeplessness too. A light headache. Just watch an episode of Kegels with the Kardashians, Khloe Kardashian. But no, our government told us this was real.
maybe not deadly, but dangerous. Well, not dangerous, but harmful. Well, not harmful, but slightly annoying. The mainstream media has literally been covering this story for years now.
The mysterious symptoms that have come to be known as Havana syndrome. The Cuban government has sonic devices that produce non-audible sounds inside or outside the residences.
Do more to help its staffers who are suffering from a mysterious illness, the so-called Havana syndrome.
Medical ailments they become known as the Havana syndrome.
A series of mysterious attacks using energy beams we can't even see.
Mysterious energy beams? Why don't you not leave us alone? What have we ever done to them? Other than I'm sure what the times the CIA has admitted to trying to kill their president. Murder under the bridge. Attempted murder under the bridge. Well, just last week, the truth about this futuristic dastardly attack came out. The CIA said Havana syndrome was not the result of a sustained campaign by a hostile power. The idea that widespread brain injury symptoms have been caused by Russia or another foreign power targeting Americans around the world, either to harm them or to collect intelligence, has been deemed unfounded, the sources said. Holy shit! A secret gun that sounded like crickets having sex and caused mild annoyance to a select few people, making everyone else around them perfectly fine, was not real? Everyone's laughing silly the way my now in prison uncle used to do. He called it playing Monopoly. When I was 14, I learned it's not how you play Monopoly at all. Anyway, who could have seen the utter collapse of the Havana syndrome story coming? Except anybody with a functioning brain stem. Well, look, I don't think this is a big problem. I just think that all media talking heads who would sometimes fall in this dumpster fire of stupidity should forevermore have a warning label on their shows, on the screen, that's in an elegant and tasteful font that says, I'm slightly less smart than a raccoon's one-run box of watermelon rinds he found in his trash can that's filled with used items. It'll just say that on the corner of the screen all the time. And also exactly what it is. It's sad, though. It really is sad to see these beacons, these heroes. I'll especially miss you, Rachel Maddow. There just aren't enough upbeat churchy liberals who fight every day to try to create nuclear Armageddon by way of wastewater propaganda.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today is special on two people who will not be home for the holidays, Edward Snowden and Julian Assange. In this special broadcast, we spend the hour with NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden, along with two Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists, Glenn Greenwald and Chris Hedges. I recently moderated a discussion with them at the virtual War on Terror Film Festival after a screening of Citizen 4, the Oscar-winning documentary about Edward Snowden by Laura Poitras. The documentary chronicles how Snowden met with Laura Poitras and Glenn Greenwald in a hotel room in Hong Kong in June 2013 to share a trove of secret documents about how the United States had built a massive surveillance apparatus to spy on Americans and people across the globe. It was the biggest leak ever to come out of the
this video. Justice Klaus Scheffler sat in her chair one last time to deliver a conclusion that became very clear during the inquiry. The construction industry has been infiltrated by the mafia, she said. For 3.5 year inquiry heard tales of kickbacks and collusion, saw evidence that sometimes seemed outlandish. Take, for instance, the video of the mob boss stuffing socks with cash, or that bag of bribe money given to a city engineer. One witness put it this way: everything is rigged. I don't think the situation will be much different from other provinces. We have encouraged officials. In her 1,700-page report, Charbonneau noted an indirect link between political fundraising and the way contracts are awarded. The co-commissioner, Renaud Lachance, surprisingly disagreed, saying we can't establish that link. I cannot accept the conclusion of an indirect link between political fundraising and the awarding of political contracts, he wrote. I would have expected to see that regarding political money, contracts, donations, based on short disregard. The report lays out 60 recommendations to redact law. One of them gave an independent tool to oversee the awarding of public contracts. Better protect whistleblowers, Congress ministers and staff seeking donations to the contractors who deal with whistleblowers unnamed. Humboldt and Pereira received threats of dispatches. A lot of people just told us before. I got phone calls later. Rats. I got a rat. Charbonneau called us connected to remain vigilant in our collection. And the work that never truly done. Saying that, Montreal's Inspector General got this week about collusion when the Oregon City slowly doing contracts. Thomas Dagg with CBC News.
On the 29th of August 2021, an MQ-9 Reaper drone by the United States 21 the Pentagon believes that targets cars explosives retaliates for efforts. But Samurai Apple was killed with 9 members of his family who actively work for the Mexico's charity. Under the Obama administration, drone assaults not only at the end of collateral damage and risky military assaults.
These strikes have saved lives.
But in reality, US drone strikes have killed hundreds of civilians in the past 2 decades.
Reactor that's using these technologies will not take the same care of planning as they might if they had the game.
The US no longer has enough people for warfare. Now, cheap drones from China, Turkey, and Israel use
Chinese military has been using real warfare. Over the past decade, countries exported over 200 drones systems.
over 100 countries have access to this technology. This is changing. From India to drones are even proving their effectiveness against some of the world's most advanced militaries. Ukrainian Air Force utilized Turkish drones to offset some of the military advantage. The no barrier entry means that drug cartels and terrorist groups have access to weaponized drones. And as warfare is replaced with AI, there's a big so-called sweet spot that will identify and kill targets without human intervention. In 2021, the United Nations reported maybe the first use of a fully autonomous drone used in the US Civil War.
One of the biggest misconceptions of this issue of this is a sci-fi problem or a problem of tomorrow is very much a problem of today.
Whereas no countries have been take action to get access to drones, how is it still combat with foreign countries? And as the rise in which discussions continues, we trust and choose to kill. Use of unmanned aerial systems in the US military celebrated after the September 11th terrorist attacks and the resulting terror.
These wars were the type of conflicts where drones were killers. Because if you want to colonize individuals for a long time, you have to survey and monitor the ground wait for that.
Drones were sold as a way to help terrorists leave.
Technologically speaking, drones can be extremely precise. They can gather a lot of intelligence about their targets before striking. They can target
The way that you're always seeing in Europe and Asia, with carbon copy, there's been a huge change in looking at precision practices. And I work on the
There was no question that the drone struck precisely this individual, but it was precisely the wrong individual. So the question wasn't about the precision, it was a question